Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Midland, Texas, Astound Broadband Stadium, home of the Tall City Black Gold. We are in for a shootout tonight. Tall City takes on the San Antonio Toros in a Week 3 rematch. Toros had the best of them in Week 3, but anything could happen any given Sunday, and that's where we sit tonight on a very hot and humid night in West Texas. My name is Mike Neubauer, and I'm joined by Rob Hernandez, the legendary coach. Rob Hernandez. Coach, good evening.
Good afternoon. We're here. We're ready to go.
Well, we got a lot of big things to discuss today as far as some of the successes we saw last week, some of the key takeaways that we saw from not only the defensive line, but from the offense. And we'll cover a lot of that in the pregame here. But before we get into any of that, I really just wanted to sort of touch on the difference making and the playing that Trey Goodman brought to the table from the offensive side of the ball. And, we'll talk a little bit about some of the key additions to the defensive line as well. But, he did not get to play in that Week 3 game over in San Antonio. So I would almost expect a completely different offense on display here tonight, assuming, of course, our O-line can stop their big and brutal defensive front.
Well, it's going to start right there, Mike. We talked about it earlier. And it's, Trey brings a different dimension, a different element to the game, especially a different problem that the defense has to solve. And he's going to be key in this ball game for the Black Gold if we're going to be able to have the success that we need to be able to pull the upset tonight and give these Toros their first loss of the season.
Yep, definitely. And they have been a juggernaut in the South Conference, throughout the course of the season. But, again, the way that this team has really started to piece things together on both sides of the ball, anything is really up for grabs. So let's take a quick look at last week's highlights. This is Week 4 here at Astound Stadium against the Texas Herd. And, you'll be able to judge for yourself. So let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from last week. Week 4 action, Texas Herd in Midland. First offensive set, Trey Goodman back under center for the Black Gold, and he's able to find his tight end, Scott Walker, for a 10-yard touchdown grab. Black Gold strike first. On to the first defensive set for the Black Gold, and really a couple gift-wrapped interceptions that should have been caught. First one by Kobe Calvin, second one here by Jamison Lindsey. Didn't come through on those interceptions, but the defense still held. Next offensive set, Goodman tries to hit Gonzalez on a slant pattern, and it's tipped and intercepted. Goodman's second pick of the season. Really not his fault. That ball should have been either batted down or caught. Defense holds, however, and the Herd punter pins the Black Gold back at the 3-yard line. Goodman takes the snap, runs a play action, finds his streaking receiver, number 11, Rodney Pierre, out for a 46-yard gain, giving the Black Gold some breathing room. And on the very next play, Goodman, with a play-action pass, finds Roundtree in a soft spot of the zone, and Eli turns on the Jets for a 51-yard touchdown grab, capping off a 97-yard drive. On to the second quarter now. Goodman, being pressured in the pocket, spins out, tries to force it into double coverage. Bad decision, throws his second interception of the first half. And after a few back and forths late in the second quarter, Black Gold turned to Eddie Godina on a 52-yard field goal attempt. It's good. Your score 16-0 at the half. On to the third quarter now, and the Black Gold looking to establish a running game. They turn to number 21, Garrison Johnson, who answers the call on a beautiful 21-yard rush, setting up the Black Gold deep in the Herd territory. The strong run once again sets up the play action. This time Goodman fakes the toss, hits Joe Levette on a wide receiver screen, and he follows his blockers 35 yards for the touchdown. Herd offense trying to respond. Quarterback takes the snap, steps up into the pocket, escapes the pressure, hits his receiver for 26-yard gain, setting up the Herd in Black Gold territory. Very next play, quarterback takes the snap, feels the pressure, steps up once again, but this time Jonathan Cajigal is right there, strips the ball, Justin Whiteside there to scoop it up and rush it back 51 yards for the defensive score. Next offensive set, Hurd looking for some points on the board. Quarterback takes it, chucks it down to his receiver for a 28-yard gain, setting up the Hurd 1st and goal at the 5. Next snap, Hurd tried to run it in, but Justin Whiteside steps right into the gap and blows up the play in the backfield for a loss. On to the continental shift now, and the Hurd finally gets some points on the board. Quarterback finds his receiver on a slant pattern. Your new score, 30-6. Black Gold look to continue their ground attack. They turn to Jalen Samuel, the big back out of Atlanta, Georgia, who rushes this one for 21 yards. He would have another rush on this drive for 17 before they turn it over to Garrison Johnson, who busts a couple tackles and breaks through for a 23-yard gain inside the 10-yard line. And then it's the Trey Goodman show. He'll do a play action and boot out untouched into the corner of the end zone, 37-6, Tall City. Hurd offense on the hunt for a big play with that forward motion. Quarterback takes the snap, chucks it up. Brandon Guzman steps in front of the pass and climbs the ladder. Interception, returns about 33 yards, setting up the Black Gold in Hurd territory. And after a couple incomplete passes, the Black Gold turn to Eddie Godina for a 59-yard field goal attempt. It sails wide right, but it clears the end zone, so it is a 1-point rouge. Your score, 38-6. Hurd offense back on the field. Quarterback steps up into the pocket after feeling the pressure, ends up scrambling for about 23 yards, appears to give himself up on the play, puts the ball down, but there was no whistle. Kobe Calvin, with the awareness, scoops it up and returns it 64 yards for the Tall City Black Gold defensive score, and that's the way the evening ends. Black Gold all over the Hurd in this one. Your final score, 44-6. Tall City's defensive front led by Will Green and Trey Goodman's return at quarterback, the difference maker in this one. Goodman ends the night with 166 yards in the air, 3 passing touchdowns. He would add another one on the ground. He did throw 2 interceptions, but for the most part led a very consistent Black Gold offense throughout the evening. Well, Coach, I mean, we just saw some of the key takeaways from that game last week, and a couple things that I just want to reiterate. I know we talked about it during the broadcast live, but it's going to be critical for a game like this against a really talented and big defensive and offensive front. And number one is our defense taking advantages of opportunities. We saw a couple interceptions land in their lap last week that they weren't able to seal the deal on. I don't think we can miss those opportunities against Will Arndt and an offense like this.
You can't. You got to play against the team that is right in front of you instead of playing against that team and yourself. We're not talented enough to do that. So we're going to have to play mistake-free football, perfect football, and still some things going to have to go a little bit our way for us to be able to pull this upset. Having said that, this team that we're playing has feasted at the end of the first half and opening up the second half. The last 2 weeks, we've had a real tough, previous to last week, we've had a real tough time with closing halves and opening halves. Last week, we talked about it. It seemed like what we were saying resonated down to the field because they flipped the script on that. And one of the reasons they had a tremendous game was because they did that. So it's going to be imperative that we close the half right and we open up the half right for us to have a shot to win this football game.
Absolutely, Coach. And, the last 5 minutes of those respective first halves have been daggers, for this offense and defense mostly. But, we've turned the ball over. I think we counted last week. We turned the ball over 6 times in 2 games in that period. And several of those led to points right before the half, which, if the other team is receiving, that gives them sort of a double dip, right? They score right before the half, and then they get the ball to start the third quarter. So we really need to stay disciplined. We really need to stay focused, and we need to figure out ways to close out the half by maintaining possession and putting points on the board ourselves. So that being said, I mean, we touched on Trey Goodman. Let's just touch on his stats from that last week game against the Herd. He did post 166 yards in the air, rushed 3 times for 30 yards and that rushing touchdown. But what I noticed and was very effective was with Garrison Johnson and Jalen Samuel establishing a running game, they were really able to run a lot of play action, which opened up either the passing lanes for him to find some of those receivers on those quick slant patterns, or even open up a running lane for him to, either boot out on a design quarterback run, or even find a seam for him to pick up a first down and find that first down marker.
Play action is going to be the key for Trey and Tall City tonight. There's no doubt, because that second level is what you're really looking to affect. The second level, you're trying to affect the second level when that play actions happen. And last weekend, you saw that. The play action helped really well. It helps the linebackers from filling the voids out there in the zones. So if we can run the ball effectively, starting with that offensive line, and if we can control the line of scrimmage, it's going to give us a shot to stay on the football field on the offensive side, be more efficient. But that's going to have to start with the running game. And I want to say Trey Goodman's going to have to do some of it on his own with his legs. If he can do that, I believe that it'll open up the pass, because eyeballs will be on him. He can really, really run. He's a fast kid. He's a slashing type quarterback when he takes off. And he's going to have to affect the game with his legs somewhere in this football game for us to have success.
He is a dynamic player. We're going to step aside as they do the player introductions here at the stadium, and we'll come back with the starting lineups right after this.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Diamondback's kind of the poster child for the shale revolution. We started in 2012. We went public with 3,000 barrels a day of production. and now here we are doing 900,000 barrels a day of production. We continue to look for ways to grow the business organically and inorganically, like we've done over the last decade and a half. Diamondback's core business is nothing more complicated than converting rock into cash flow. We own about 800,000 acres worth of leases in the Permian Basin, all based in Texas. We've grown significantly over the last 15 years. Started with almost nothing, about 30,000 acres, and now here we are today at a differential size and scale. The differentiator for us has been our ability to convert that rock into cash flow at cheaper prices and cheaper cost structure than anybody else, which has allowed us to acquire a lot of assets and grow our oil production significantly. We estimate we're only getting about 10% out of the oil in place out of the ground today. Diamondback is kind of the poster child for this shale revolution in Texas, and that wouldn't be possible without free markets, capitalism, and a supportive regulatory environment in the state of Texas.
And we are back live. And we're still doing the player introductions here. So we're going to talk a little bit about the starting lineups for each team here. And we're going to start with the Tall City Black Gold. Offensively, we have Trey Goodman. We talked about him before the break. Behind him, we have Garrison Johnson. It looks like they're going to run with 3 receivers and a tight end set to start the game, at least this week. And the receivers, we have Caleb Jolivet, Elijah Roundtree, and Joe Boykin. Boykin had a nice catch last week that really set up the offense on one of the key drives. Him along with Pierre. Pierre also got us deep out of our own end zone on a 49-yard pass. So expect big things from those guys, assuming we can give Goodman some time, and that's where the front 5 really come into play here. So we have Peguero playing left tackle, Lee at left guard. We have Kendrick Tutt, who's been pretty solid at the center position since he joined the team. He's playing center. Anthony's playing right guard, and then right tackle, we have Matthew Foster. Coach, taking a look at this offense based on around what we see last week, what are your key dynamics, and where do you expect the team to really focus on in order to be able to move the ball on this front 4?
Are you in charge of the YouTube live? YouTube. It hasn't started yet.
They're saying the YouTube hasn't started yet, Mike.
Oh, it started. Who said that?
One of these guys down here.
Okay, well, we're live, so
okay.
He needs to tune into our YouTube channel.
All right.
But anyway, sorry about that, guys. We were talking about the starting lineup. I mean, that was kind of rude to to interrupt our broadcast like that, man. So,
okay.
But nonetheless, we're talking about the offense and the starting lineup here on the offense. We talked about Trey Goodman. What do you expect? Who else do you expect to sort of be, a key factor, based around who you see starting on this on the O-line and in some of the playmaker positions?
Well, Jolivet. Jolivet's been our guy all year long, our big play wide receiver. He caught the screen for a touchdown for about a 40-yarder last week. So we expect Jolivet to be in the game plan and get the ball in his hands in some space. And he's going to be a big part of this game for us if we're able to pull the upset tonight.
Okay, moving on to the defensive side of the ball. We talked about Will Green being a force in the middle there. We also have Scott Walker, who, he can substitute as a tight end. He did have a tight end grab last week. Praise Amuale, like we can't say enough great things about the pressure he brings off the edge. Jonathan Cajagal, he's going to rotate inside and outside, but he is also a dominant force on that front 4. Linebackers core, we have David Leash and Justin Whiteside. Whiteside had that scoop and score last week. He also had a couple big plays which stopped the herd on key situations. So expect big things from him at that second level. And then our secondary is really, one of the top headlines of the defense as well. Kobe Calvin has just been, I guess, unstoppable at that monster position. Jamison Lindsey has been a dominant force at the cornerback position since he joined the team. And then we have a couple newer guys in the back since, with Brandon Guzman, who had a interception last week. So, who do you see on this defensive side, Coach, that you're really going to keep an eye on this game?
Well, Justin Whiteside, Kobe Calvin's all over the field. Justin Whiteside is our linebacker, our do-it-all linebacker. He's going to be all over the field tonight. Praise Amuwali, of course, and Big Will Green. If we're going to be able to stop their run, it's going to be because of Big Will Green. So you got to watch the interior of the defense. Dominic Oliver coming off the edge with praise. It's going to be huge for us. And then we might go a little bit pressure package on them. And when we do, Jamison Lindsay, our big-time cornerback, was going to have to hold up in coverage.
Yeah, I believe the phrase you used last week to define Will Green was a mountain of a man. So we're going to see how he stacks up against a pretty stacked offense that the Toros are putting together, and we're going to take a look at their offensive setup, led by Will Arndt. He is a very solid quarterback. We saw what he was able to do in the first game down in San Antonio, and he did have some hiccups, and we really need to capitalize on those opportunities. His wide receiver core was very effective in that game as well. Lance LeJean, Chris Carpenter, Cam Eccles, they ran long, medium, and short routes very effectively. So our defensive backfield really needs to be on point and cover their assignments. There really is no room for error here.
The offensive line is the key for me.
I'm one of the owners of the San Antonio Toros. Do you have Mike, the guy in charge of the broadcast, number?
I hear a lot of background noise. We're gonna go. Go to a commercial break here, and hopefully we'll fix some of these issues as we come back.
Absolutely. I got this.
And we are live back. It looks like the coin flip just occurred, so we are all set for football. Coach, what's your, I guess your final takeaway before we start and before, we kickstart this game here?
Well, play mistake-free football. Let's play against just the San Antonio Toros tonight. Let's not give them any help. Penalty-free. Let's take care of the football. Let's value it. And play really good, solid defense. I think if we can do that, looking at a low-scoring game, and try to squeak one out over here.
I agree. A mistake-free football is a must. And we talked about some of the repetitions that we were able to put through last week. I'm hopeful that, some of those wrinkles that we saw in that recap get ironed out. It looks like we have a lot of the same personnel for really one of the first times in back-to-back weeks. So hopefully some of the receivers can find that little rapport that we're looking for with Trey Goodman, and we can really get things rolling.
Absolutely. It's going to have to start with that. Trey, we talked about Trey. It's going to be key and vital that he uses his legs and shows them that he's a big-time dual threat out here. We're going to start the ball. We're going to start the ball game kicking it off to them. Our great kicker, Godina, tees it up. Remember, it's got to come down in the landing zone.
Coach, he's been very consistent all year. Again, we talked about his accuracy needing to be worked on with that, but kickoffs, he's really been an effective piece. Looks like it fell off the tee there.
One of the keys to the ball game is Godina for sure with field position, and he's one of the team captains because of it. Godina tees it up. He's going to boot it away. It's going to come down around the 10-yard line, and the return is on from there up to the 20. Finds a gap at the 30, still on his feet at the 40, and is going to be brought down at the 44-yard line of the Toros. They'll start first.
Like it was number 21, Lumagia Hearns, with the return. Coach, we got to also tackle, too. We talked about fundamentals for several weeks here. The tackling has to be key, and it has to be a big component to the defense. We got to bring him down to the turf, man.
Arndt brings him out. He brings him up to the line, 2-by-2 set, running back flank behind him in a pistol look. Motion from left to right. Arndt takes a snap, going to hand the ball off right up the middle to the running back, puts a foot in the ground, makes a cut at the 50, breaks a tackle, and gets into black gold territory all the way down to the 46-yard line.
And that was Andrew Henry. We saw him spell one of the running backs from last week, after a little bit of an injury. So, he's already making a dynamic force off that left offensive line side.
The Toros are on the move. 1st and 10, a gain of 11 on first down. Arndt brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Arndt looks it over. Takes a snap. Rolls to the right. Looking. He's going to have pressure, and he just throws it into the ground. It was a screen that was trying to get set up. It was a slow developing screen intended for number 2, the running back, for the Toros. That's going to bring up a 2nd down and 10.
And it looks like Will Green read that all the way, forcing Arndt to throw it into the dirt. Will Green, again, we expect to call his name a number of times. He's big number 52 in the middle there, but already making an impact here on the first series.
Big Will Green snuffing it out, making them go 2nd down and 10. Arndt brings him to the line. Another 3-by-1 set, pistol look. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw, looking. Shoots it out to the right-hand side. It's going to be underthrown and incomplete at the 40-yard line, intended for number 11 of the Toros, out there on the stop number 1 for the Black Gold.
Yep, that was Kobe Calvin with the stop, but it was a little underthrown. Cam Eccles really didn't have a chance for it. I don't know if Arndt just didn't put enough into it, or if, maybe he threw off his back foot as he was trying to go into the drop of the pass and time it with the route.
Does that a little bit. If you look on film, he does that a little bit, and it's a big 3rd down. Here we go, 3rd and 10 for the Toros. 3-by-1 set, takes a snap. Arndt shoots it to the right-hand side. It's going to be completed. Going to hit him right at the sticks and push him backwards, but he's going to have enough for the 1st down, a gain of 11, take the ball all the way down to the 34-yard line of the Black Gold.
And they went right back to Eccles on that one, a little skinny post right up the middle, and it looked like that was JoJo Pace, on the coverage and able to knock him back, but not before he was able to find the 1st down.
Just gave him too much room on that, too much cushion on that route right there. 1st and 10. Here we go. Arndt brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Motion from right to left. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off up the middle of the running back. Makes shakes a tackle and gets all the way down to the 25-yard line. A gain of 9 for the Toros.
Yeah, Coach, it looks like the running game is being an effective piece here for the Toros in the first quarter. I would expect Will Arndt to sort of lean on that a little bit. Got to watch out for some of these screens and play actions now that the running game is sort of in place.
It's the big-time offensive line really keeping everybody in check on that defensive front for the Black Gold. Here we go. Arndt brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set, takes a snap, looks to throw, looking, has a post over the middle. It's going to be completed at the 10-yard line and all the way down to the 6. Going to be a first and goal for the Toros from the 6-yard line of the Black Gold. No pressure on Will Arndt as he had a clean pocket. And the Toros are on the move. I mean, we've said it from the jump. It was going to be imperative that Dominic Oliver and Praise Amuwali get pressure on Will Arndt. Arndt brings him to the line. It's going to be 2-by-1, 2 running backs in the backfield in the eye. Takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to the running back. He puts the foot in the ground. They're going to hit him in the backfield for a 2-yard loss. Stop right there.
That was Jalen Jackson spelling Henry at the running back position. And, once again, we shut it down up the middle. Will Green, part of that again.
Absolutely. Big Will Green and number 22, assisted by our 2 inside linebackers, Whiteside and Leach. Second down and goal from the 9-yard line. Arndt brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Motion. Arndt's going to give it on the sweep. Trying to get the edge. We have him in the backfield, and he shakes a tackle, trying to get in the end zone, and I believe he did. Oh, my Lord. When you have a shot to make the play, you got to make it. We
that
had
was
him
Chris Carpenter on the jet sweep there, Coach. And, man, we talked about this week after week. It was really about the contain. We had him, and we got to force that play back in the inside where we have a lot of the pursuit coming from the middle, inside out, and, just able to sort of break that contain. And then ultimately it was a race to the pylon.
Well, we had him in the backfield with hands all over him, and he broke a tackle. And, you got to make that tackle. That sets up a 3rd and goal. That's outside the 10. We had him for about a 2-yard loss. He shook the tackle and got in over the right side. Some good blocking down by that wide receiver. Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score. With 11 minutes and 6 seconds left in the first quarter, the San Antonio Toros 7, the Tall City Black Gold 0.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito. A tasty.
And we are back. San Antonio set to kick it off.
The kick is away. And it's going to come down in the end zone. I'm going to start the drive at around the 35-yard line, I do believe, for the Black Gold.
Yeah, Coach, it was a very effective drive for the Toros on that first series, man. I mean, they were able to establish the run, picked up some key passes and key situations. I mean, I can't really complain too much about what I saw on the defense. It was just very well executed by the Toros.
Had a couple of tackles if we do make them. We're forcing field goals and just did not go our way. So it's part of the game.
It definitely is. And we talked about, finishing plays and taking advantages of opportunities. We still got to stick to some of those fundamentals too. I want to highlight Will Green and what he was able to do, at least in some of those plays on the defensive front again. But our secondary really needs to step up and make open field tackles like we've seen them do in the last couple of weeks as well.
Absolutely. I'm 1,000% with you. Going to be key for us with Goodman, trying to establish some kind of running game so we can move the football. The defense of the Toros has been dominant all season long, shutting down the opponent's offense, facing a lot of pressure, putting a lot of pressure on the quarterback. It will be a big-time effort from this offensive line to keep him clean tonight. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. Goodman takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off? No. Yes, he did hand it off, and they're going to be all over him in the backfield for about a 4-yard loss. Going to bring up a 2nd down and 14 for the Black Gold.
Coach, I counted 5 white jerseys in the backfield basically before he even got rid of the ball to the running back. We got to do a better job on the O-line than that.
Absolutely. That right side of that, the left side of our offensive line and the right side of their defense, number 14, number 37, were all in the backfield as the play started. Jalen Samuel in the backfield. Goodman brings him to the line. Pro set. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Samuel around the left-hand side. They're going to stack him up around the line of scrimmage for no gains. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 14 from the 31-yard line of the Black Gold. Just not looking good so far. This is exactly what they faced when they went down to San Antonio 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean it's one of the things that we talked about during that following week as well. I mean, if Trey Goodman doesn't have time, can he still be as effective?
Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Shoots it out there. Has a man on the quick slant. That's going to be number 12 for the Black Gold. A gain of about 7 on 3rd down and 14. Going to need 7 more. And they're going to be forced to kick it away.
Yeah, that was Eli Roundtree. I mean, he's a big fan of that post route, and Goodman has found him a few times over the last couple of weeks. But, when you're burying yourself deep at 1st and 2nd down, those 7-yard little hits are not going to do anything really on 3rd down except get you a little bit better field position.
You're exactly right. 7-0 is the count. The snap is back. The kick is away. It's a good one. It's going to come down out of bounds around the 30-yard line. Let's see where they finally mark it. It's going to be the 31.
31, and we'll be back in 30 seconds.
Back to play. Will Arndt brings him to the line. Going to be a 2-by-2 set pistol look for the Toros. Arndt takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off on a trap right up the middle. And there's a gaping hole for number 12 for the Toros. He's going to break it and be brought down by Justin Whiteside, but not before he earns about 17 yards on 1st down.
Yeah, that was Jalen Jackson once again stepping in for Andrew Henry at the running back position. And he looks like he's a little bit more of the lightning back than the thunder. So, I would expect to have a little bit more of those types of runs bounce outside when he's in the game.
Has a little bit of work done to his game. Here we go. Arndt brings him to the line, going fast. 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Motion. Arndt takes a snap. Going to roll to his right. He's going to be pressured makes a move, and he's going to slide at the line of scrimmage. They're going to bring him down right at the line of scrimmage. Call it a sack.
And that's Will Green once again. I mean, watching him come right up the middle there, he closes that gap pretty quickly. And then Justin Whiteside at that second level forces Arndt to just simply slide down to avoid the collision.
Absolutely. Looks like they're going to have to really try to send some disguised blitz, try to get some pressure. Arndt brings them to the line. It's going to be a 3-by-1 set, pistol formation. Arndt calls out some dummy plays. Takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it long, has a man open, and it's going to be completed at the 20. He's going to walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Toros.
Yeah, that's one of the fears and things that we discussed in the pregame, Coach. We can't get torched on that outside like that. I mean, this was Chris Carpenter. I believe it was Chris Carpenter, or maybe it was Wayne Ruby. It was Wayne Ruby, excuse me. And he just literally broke away from the pack, and there was no help over the top on that one. But, you know, once again, we have to stick to some of the fundamentals and not take a play off and not make any mistakes like that, or else we're going to get burned defensively just like we did on that play.
Yeah, that looked kind of bad right there. Don't know if there was some miscommunication in the back end as the corner just let him go. The safety acted like there was another safety behind him. Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score was 7 minutes and 15 seconds left in the first quarter. The San Antonio Toros 14 and the Tall City Black Gold 0.
Introducing new frosted sodas and floats. Only at Chick-fil-A.
Everybody come clap your hands. Or don't you know when you dance, you've got to smile or you can't cry. Try it a while, you'll be surprised.
Float.
Baby, it's a rock and
Pop.
And back to kick is Kenneth Almendares. He does the kicking and the punting duties for the Toros, and it looks like he blasts this one through the back of the end zone.
Well, it's apparent to me early in the ball game that the Black Gold on defense is going to have to take something away. Either going to have to take the run away or the pass away. And they haven't taken anything away right now. And that's why the Toros have been successful moving down the field in their 2 drives, culminating in touchdowns.
Well, they're moving it at every level, right? We saw the running game pretty much be a force early on, and then the passing game, the deep passing game, obviously torching our D-backs. You know, we're going to have to sort of regroup. And Stinson, like you mentioned, Coach, really needs to start putting in some of these gadget plays defensively to stir it up.
Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line, takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it across the middle. It's going to be completed. Oh, they were going to have a flag on the play before the play started. See what we have. It's going to be a penalty. No, they did not spot the ball right.
Oh, okay.
It was spotted in the wrong. I guess it came down in the landing zone and it bounded into the end zone. So that culminates in a touchback. That's what that is.
Okay, so if it clears the goal line, then it would move out to the 35.
Absolutely. Here we go. Goodman takes the snap, pressure up the middle, shoots it across the left-hand side, and it's going to be incomplete. Intended, let's see, I want to say number 12 for the Black Gold.
That would be Roundtree. I'd like them to start going. It might have been Joe Levette, actually. I'm glad to see that they, is trying to get him involved in the offense. He is the team's leading receiver. So he does need to start finding some of those open pockets in this Toros secondary. And again, with the defensive pressure that we know they're capable of, a 1 to 2 step drop pattern, and hopefully that they can move, make something happen with their legs after the catch. That's what we kind of hope for here.
Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 2x2 set. Motion. Goodman takes a snap. Going to keep the ball around the right-hand side. They're going to be all over him in the backfield and drop him for a loss. Going to be a 4-yard loss on the play, because he was in trouble from the get-go.
Yeah, just couldn't wiggle out of that pressure. I mean, he broke a couple tackles in the pocket, and then the swarm came from the secondary level, and he just couldn't escape. But the O-line's got to do better, Coach. We got to step it up this game.
Looks like the defense is in a 3-3-5 look. Goodman brings him to the line. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Looking. Shoots it. Has a man one-on-one deep, and he's going to overshoot everybody at the 40-yard line. Going to be intended for number 10 of the Black Gold.
That was Joe Boykin. We talked about him in the pregame being able to make big plays. Couldn't really outrun that particular pass, though. So, I kind of like the move. You want to give your offense some sort of flexibility to make big plays like that. But we got to get a little bit more accurate, especially in one-on-one coverage. Give your receiver a chance to go up and get that ball.
Absolutely.
One of the highlight players that we've had, Coach, is sitting in the backfield right now. That's Clark Riedel. He's really given this defense some decent starting position throughout the year with his punting capabilities.
Well, he's going to have to flip the field for us. And the problem is he's going to be punting into a really stiff wind. He gets it away. It's going to come down around the 35-yard line, and the return is on from there. Shakes a tackle at the 40. Tries to turn the quarter underneath the block, and he's going to step out of bounds. That's a really good punt and a really good punt coverage right there for number 10. Check that number 11 of the Black Gold, number 5 out there hustling too.
Yeah, so that was Rodney Pierre. And, I really feel like we could have had that tackle at the point of reception. So once again, we got to make plays when plays need to be made. They were able to pick up another 12 to 15 yards from that.
Going to get a break right here with a block in the back on the Toros. Going to move the ball back another 10 yards.
All right. Looks like we have some honorees, first responders, military, police officers. We thank them all for their service, and they are being honored here at the game tonight.
Absolutely.
Well, Coach, we got to see the offense, open it up a little bit here. We really haven't had much of a running game to speak of, but, what do you think Garrison Johnson or Jalen Samuel can bring to the table with that kind of pressure that the Toros are putting forth at the front?
Well, it's going to be rough. They're controlling the line of scrimmage, and they're doing it with blitzing from a lot of different places. They're playing a 3-3 with their linebackers in their front. And they're blitzing off of that 3-3, and they're sending at least 5 guys on every play. You just don't know where they're coming from, and that's been the problem so far. We're trying to pick up the blitzes, and it's really looked like it's confusing us.
Yeah, I almost wonder if a tighter set would help sort of offset that and jam some of those blitzers at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a double tight set, or maybe even have an extra running back to add some of those blocks and give Goodman a little bit more time and a little bit more of a window to operate here in the backfield.
Well, it looks like, when they're bringing the blitz, if you can go up there with 2 tight ends and just run right at them, it don't matter if they're bringing the blitz, to be honest with you. You're matching numbers with numbers, and you're being able to push if you can beat them. That's been the problem. We haven't been able to defeat our one-on-one battles up front. Arndt brings them to the line. 2x1 set, split backfield. Big Will Arndt, the big-time quarterback out of San Antonio, takes the snap. Going to play fake it. looking for a man, has a one-on-one out to the right-hand side. He's going to catch it in stride at the 15-5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Toros. Going to have a flag back here, and I believe it might be a holding penalty and bring the play all the way back.
I mean, this is becoming pitch and catch here. That was Cam Eccles with the reception, and he basically burned Jamison Lindsay. It looks like they're picking on him on that side of the field. Might have caught a break with that flag, but, Coach, we got to do better on that secondary level and stay in keeping up with these wideouts.
Initially, the coverage was good, and he just outran the cornerback, just outran him. Arndt put a brilliant throw. I mean, it was right on the money. But he was being pressured, I want to say, by Praise Amuwali down at the bottom of your screen. And he was getting in the backfield. Believe that left tackle might have had a little bit too much cloth on him. Going to bring the ball all the way back. 14-0 is the count. Black Gold has to rise up right here. They want to stay in the ball game.
Yeah, we can't bring points on the board on this series, Coach.
Cannot give it up. Here we go. We got them backed up deep. 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Arndt takes the snap. Looks to throw. Looking. Shoots it out there. And it's going to be picked off by the Black Gold, and the return is on from the 30-yard line. And that's going to be number 1 for the Black Gold. And he's going to set us up all the way down to the 20-yard line of the Texans. There we go. The Black Gold got something going. A big play by number 1 for our Black Gold.
And that's our boy Kobe Calvin. He had a defensive touchdown last week. He had one against the Syndicate. Big interception here. He's actually had one of those interceptions in his hands that he couldn't squeeze last week against the Herd. Made this one happen. He was actually highlighted in the one of the local newspapers as being a prominent defensive leader for this Black Gold team throughout the season, making a huge play when they needed it most once again. I mean, you can't really say much more about the way this defense has really responded when they needed them. Again, they have made mistakes. They have done certain things, but I mean, it feels like I'm saying all this in vain because I see some flags on the field. I don't know what's going on with the penalties.
I believe it's going to be post. I believe it's going to be a post penalty. It will be on the return, I believe, on Tall City.
Well, nonetheless, it was a great play. I mean, he went up to the highest point in that zone coverage and was able to snag it out of the air and then get a couple yards on the return. So, Will Arndt is going to make those types of passes and force you to try to make a play. On that one, Kobe Calvin did.
Well, it was a bad throw. I mean, when you look at it, when you go back and look at it, the tight end, it was a tight end right in the seam. They had a big guy on a smaller linebacker, and he was wide open. He was actually – let's see.
Line stop block. Number 0. That penalty was flagged. We're going to have block in the back. On the defense. 10-yard penalty. First down.
They took the block in the back because it's a spot foul where it happened. So it happened around the 29-yard line, I believe.
Yeah, so multiple flags on the Black Gold on that one, and the Toros were able to select the one that obviously gave them the most opportunity with the field position.
It's going to move the ball to the 39-yard line of the Black Gold, I do believe.
Well, we got some work to do, but hopefully this is a little bit of a momentum shifter, and Goodman can operate and get some points on the board for Tall City.
They have got to come up with something right here. The players have played really hard to try to get back in the football game on the defensive side. Trey Goodman has to come up big. Goodman brings them to the line. 2-by-1 set. Split backfield. Samuel flank to his right. Goodman takes a snap. Looks to throw. Shoots it out there. Has a man one-on-one, and he's going to overshoot it at the 5-yard line. That's going to be number 10 for the Black Gold. He had a hand on it.
Yeah, and that's Joe Boykin again. And, I think they're going to really keep going to that one-on-one coverage whenever he gets that opportunity. And, if he gets a good pass, we saw what he was able to do last week, climbing the ladder and making a really nice catch.
They're just simply playing a bare front here, Mike. That's what we're looking at. Pretty much youth football, one-on-one on the outsides. They're trusting their guys to lock their men up, and they're bringing the house. You got 6 men coming in right now. Split backfield. Goodman takes the snap. Going to option out. And he options out and it hits the ground. They're going to pick it up. And they're on the run at the 40. Turning the corner. It's going to be chased down at the 10-yard line and knocked out of bounds inside the 10.
He wasn't down by contact, Coach?
I don't believe he was before he pitched that ball out. It was a low pitch, and the running back had a time of it trying to get a hold of it. But Trey Goodman hustled and made the tackle all the way inside of the 10.
And that was Obi Melanafu for the Toros. He was very effective in that first game down in San Antonio. I believe he had an interception, ran it back about 50 yards, didn't score on the play, but, once again, being a key player in the defensive backfield for San Antonio.
They brought 7 men on that blitz. 7. There we go. Arndt brings them to the line, a 3-by-1 set. Pistol formation. Arndt looks at the coaches. They're going to run a check play. Barking the audible out. Here we go. Arndt takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off on a trap. No, he keeps it around the right-hand side. He's going to go in. A touchdown for the Toros. Will Arndt. It was a trap right up the middle.
Looks like he faked out our camera guy too. But that's the that was the exact same play we saw Trey Goodman run last week very effectively against the Herd. Again, Coach, our defensive end unable to contain and read the play properly. Arndt was able to sneak outside, and he just had nothing but daylight out there.
Well, it's really tough on them linebackers when you pull offensive linemen. They pulled the offensive lineman because it was a trap right up the middle. The inside backers read the trap. And just, when you have a mobile quarterback, that's what they can do to you. Will Arndt took the guy that was going in for the trap, and there was nobody left for Will. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 5 minutes and 6 seconds left in the first quarter. The San Antonio Toros 21. The Tall City Black Gold 0. We'll be
Off the burger. Actually, I'll have the chicken.
I feel like everyone's looking at us.
Told you that barber was legit.
And we're back in action here. So, Coach, we've seen a couple deep passes. One of them got called back on a penalty. We've seen an established running game. And now what we talked about on that first series, we saw, basically come to fruition in that play action. They're really executing and hurting us at every offensive scheme that they're putting out there. Defensively, what would you want to see different and make some adjustments here if you're Tall City?
I want to try to go after them the same way they're going after us with numbers. They're really just they are just going after us with total numbers. They're sending more than we can block, and it's blowing everything up that we can do, either running or passing. And I would like to see if we can do the same to them. It's going to leave our corners on an island, but they've done that to us, and we haven't been able to hurt them. That's been the difference in the ball game. If we can connect on some of these one-on-one matchups out wide, we could have the same type of big plays happen. We just have to be able to connect on them. You got to execute. They're giving us the one-on-one matchups. We gotta make a play.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple instances when Goodman did have time in the pocket. He was able to launch it, just not on the same page as far as accuracy. But, I would expect to see some of that adjusted and, maybe some shorter routes. But these receivers have to step up, too, and catch up to those balls if this is going to be a tight game for them.
Goodman brings him to the line, takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be incomplete around the 35-yard line. Wasn't going to be much if he was able to make the catch. It was a speed out to the top of the screen, intended for number 10, I do believe. Number 12. No, that was Joe Levette, number 3.
Yeah, so he's got to catch up to that. But like you said, Coach, I mean, these 2-yard little out passes, they're not going to really do anything other than just establish potentially a run on second down.
Well, they're trying to get it to him really quick because they're sending so many numbers, and they're coming again with those numbers. You can see it. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Samuel flanked to his left. Goodman takes the snap, going to hand the ball off. No, he shoots it out there to the right-hand side. It's going to be incomplete. Check that. That's the left-hand side, and that's going to be Joe Levette, I believe, again.
Yeah, that's, we kind of got fortunate that was not a backwards pass. I think it was rolling out of bounds anyway. But, one of the things that we really haven't seen, Coach, since that second half of the syndicate game with Goodman was those design quarterback draws. And if you're bringing that much pressure, that actually might be an effective way to get him to find a seam up the middle.
Well, they're bringing the pressure, but they're playing really press on the outside. And by doing that, they're not going to give you the screen. They're not going to give you the quick bubble. So you're going to have to beat them over the top. Here we go. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw. He's being rushed. He's going to have to step up, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield for a loss.
Yeah,
going to bring up 4th down and 11.
Coach, it was a jailbreak on that near side there. 2 guys rushing off the edge, virtually untouched, forced him right back into the heart of the pocket, and there was really just nowhere to go at that point.
Just getting whipped up front, not being able to do anything about it right now. That's what it is. That's what it's amounting to. Their front 4 and front 5, sometimes they're sending 6 and 7. And they're getting back there as soon as the ball is snapped. The snap is back. The kick is away. It's going to be a good one. It's going to bound and turn over. Going to bounce all the way down to the 32-yard line of the Toros. A good punt, flipping the field position. The defense now has to hold.
We'll be back in 30 seconds.
I pulled up the YouTube and I showed him where it's on. He said, no, It's not on.
We are back live.
Back to action. Arndt brings them to the line, a 2-by-1 set. I formation. Arndt takes the snap, going to play fake, looking for a man. It's going to be almost picked off again. They were playing a soft zone, and I believe was that number 1?
I believe it was Kobe Calvin again getting his paw on it. I mean, they're daring him to throw it. It looks like he's backtracking as the ball's in the air just to, sort of time when the pass is being delivered. Another great play by the defensive star.
That's the second time he couldn't fit it in over Kobe. Kobe made a play. 2nd down and 10 for the Toros. Arndt brings them to the line, a 3-by-1 set pistol look. Going to have motion on the Toros, one of the receivers from the top of the screen. A false start on him. Going to back him up 5. 2nd down and 15 coming. About the only thing that they've done wrong in this first quarter, besides the Kobe Calvin interception.
Yeah, they've had a couple penalties. And, Coach, we talked about opportunities in the pregame and being able to capitalize on it. We're 2nd and long here. We can't give up those big plays over the top. Got to stay disciplined, but I also want to see Stinson work in some of these blitz packages to keep that pressure on Will Arndt in the backfield.
We'll try to go after him right now, to be honest with you. Right now. Arndt brings him to the line, takes the snap, Looks to throw. Going to hand it off on a delayed draw, and they're going to have him right at the line of scrimmage. That's big Will Green, number 52 and number 6 for the Black Gold, making a good stop.
The combination of Will Green on the front four and Justin Whiteside on the second level cleaning up, I mean, this has been an effective combination. We saw last week, one made the fumble, the other scooped it up and scored. Keep looking for them to piggyback off one another when they're able to sort of penetrate and get some of those stops in the trenches.
Arndt brings them to the line, a 3-by-1 set. The dangerous running back flanked right behind him. Takes a snap, looks to throw. Pressure's on. They're going to have him in the backfield, and that's Praise Amyawali and big Will Green. Going to take him and drop him around the 20-yard line. Going to be a loss of around 10 on the play.
Yeah, that's the Will Green coming up the middle, and then Praise coming on the side. Will actually took on a double team in that regard. But Coach, I think we had Scott Walker enter the game at the other defensive end. He also plays tight end for us on offense, but he was very, very effective in getting some of that pressure as well. So
it's a beautiful night out here in Midland. Really, really is not warm on the field, so rotation is important, like always, but it's not as hot as it usually is down here in Midland today. So we got a little stiff breeze blowing in from the south, and kind of have a break with the weather.
I mean, that's great news, but I mean, our defensive line, they've been sort of a staple of this defense. Seeing them come through on a play like that, I'd like to see a little bit more consistency and, starting to get a little bit more aggressive and manhandle that O-line.
I'm watching the left tackle, the Tucker kid over here, and he's a giant. He's a mountain of a kid, the left tackle for the Toros, but he does hold a lot. And Praise on that play was able to get through the holding. And still, I do believe he was being held, but he got in the backfield as it was good coverage. I think his first read was covered up, made him hold on to the ball just a little bit long. And Will Green is really a factor in the game. The snap is back. The punt is away, and it's a good one. It's going to be taken at the 30-yard line. And the return is on from there up to the 40, still on his feet. He's going to spin up to the 45-yard line. That's a good return. And I want to say that's Joe Levette.
That was Joe Levette on the return, turning something from nothing, at that point. But, yeah, I mean, you were talking about Tucker on that left side of the Toros O-line. He is a monster of a man, 6'9", 330. But, if he has that kind of wingspan and Praise can beat him with the speed, we should see some of those, arms open up and some of those holding calls get called at that point.
6'9", 330, the left tackle. Wow. That's some measurables right there, isn't it? And no doubt the Tucker kid is a prospect, the left tackle for the Toros. But I've been watching that one-on-one matchup, and Praise Amyawali, he comes off the ball really good. He's getting a real good jump, and he's causing the left tackle to hold. Oh, no, we're going to have a penalty on the Black Gold.
Was it a holding call on the punt return?
Maybe a block in the back. Did not get the call from the white hat. Oh, it's going to be a big penalty. It's going to move the ball all the way inside of the 20 down to the 16-yard line. Call it the 17. 1st and 10 for the Black Gold. You can kind of sense a little bit of momentum for the Black Gold. But that was a big-time killer right there as it knocked out great field position. The ball was going to be at the 45-yard line. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. Split backfield. Takes the snap. Going to option out to the right-hand side, and he's going to be hit in the backfield. My goodness. Brought down by 4 Toros in the backfield.
Yeah, there's multiple white jerseys in the backfield at all times for these tackles behind the line of scrimmage, Coach. And, again, I know they're adding the pressure. They're putting a one-on-one. They're adding the press coverage. Offensively, you look at the way that this is sort of unfolding. What adjustments would you make to try to open this offensive game up a little bit and sort of circumvent that pressure?
Well, you have to spread them out. You have to spread them out, and you have to put them on islands and use slants, go balls, post, and they got to be out quick because they're sending a lot more than you can block. They're coming again. Takes a snap, looks to throw. He's going to shoot it tall for number 12 of the black gold.
Yeah, that was Eli Roundtree again on that little post pattern in the middle of the field. I mean, we talked about some of those quicker drops, maybe getting it in their hands a lot faster. Obviously, we need accuracy from the pass, but there was still 3 jerseys surrounding Roundtree. I don't think he would have gotten very far if he did catch it.
I like some quick slants, but I like to use the whole field when a defense is this aggressive. They're going to come again. Takes a snap, looks to throw. He's going to step up and be brought down at the line of scrimmage. Did well to get back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 4th down for the black gold, and they're going to have to kick it away.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into that danger territory here, Coach, where, we got to really rely on Riedel to flip the field for us and, at least get us out of this little danger zone. Be conscious of the pressure here on a potential punt block attempt. But we really need to we really need to get some space here.
Right there, Mike. I'm going to tell you, I would have liked to run the ball twice, knowing that we weren't going to pick up the first down and then get out of the quarter. Right now, we're going to punt this ball into about a 15 to 10 mile an hour wind, and if we would have punted the opposite direction, we'd get a good one off. The snap is back. The kick is away, and it's a low one. It's going to come down around the midfield stripe. It's going to take a black gold bounce, and it's going to be kneeled touchdown at the 46-yard line. Going to be 1st and 10 for the Toros from the 46. I would have liked to try to get out of the quarter. Right now, they have the wind at their back, the Toros, and they've really done well with the wind at their back. Aren't throwing some real good long balls, but there's going to be a stiff wind that they're fixing to be heading into here in about 39 seconds.
Yeah, you brought up a great point with some of that punting strategy. It would have been nice to punt with the wind. Maybe we could have got another 15, 20 yards out of that punt.
No doubt about it. Here we go. Arndt brings them to the line. 2-by-1 set split backfield. Arndt takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off to the running back. Cuts it back up the middle. We're going to have him right at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a yard gained. And that's going to be close to taking us to the second quarter. 2nd down and 9 coming for the Toros. Big Will Green and company holding up real good in the middle.
Yeah, that was Dominique Oliver actually on the left-hand side coming through on the back-end pressure, able to scoop around and grab the ankles. Coach, I mean, again, we talk about trench football, man. I mean, I almost sound like a broken record at this point, but if the defensive line does its job and steps up the way that we've seen them in the past, we can control some of the trenches here. We just have to shut down the running game inside out and then outside in if you're in the secondary.
The defensive tackles are not getting pushed back. They're not getting just dominated, and they're standing their ground. It's really hard for them to get a push up front, and it's making it harder on their running game. The 2 defensive tackles have played really good football in the first quarter. Your score
at the end of the first quarter, it is 21-0. We're going to step aside.
Beat us.
Well, Coach, we are, we're back to start the second quarter here, and you are watching Tall City Black Gold football, brought to you by Hydrosource Logistics. They're today's game sponsor. We thank them very much for all of their support. with this inaugural season for the Tall City Black Gold. We're going to set aside a little bit of time later in the broadcast and really thank everybody who has been a part of this first season. It's been a really fun one, really special one, a lot of ups, a lot of downs, but most of all, it's football in the summer, and I think we all got a chance to enjoy it and some of the activities that were put here in Midland. And this is our last home game. We are on the road next week in Austin to wrap up the season against the Syndicate. These Toros have sort of forfeited their final season game against the Texas Herd, so I believe this is their last game of this 2026 season.
And it's been a great one. Art brings them to the line. 2x2 set, pistol look. Going to be going into a pretty good win. See if it can slow him down any. Art takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there. It's going to be completed at the 50-yard line. Still can't get him on the ground, and we're going to hit him and contact him at the sticks. It's going to be enough for the first down, I do believe.
Yeah, that was Lance Lejean, and he was pretty effective in that first game over in San Antonio. Big wide out on the left-hand side, attacking the middle of the field this time, but keep an eye on him making some pressure down the field as well.
Art brings him to the line. 2x2 set. That speedy running back in a pistol look. Motion. Arndt takes a snap, shoots it, and it's going to be low and dropped. Incomplete, intended for number 84, that tight end. Going to have a flag in the backfield. Let's see what it is. So I did not see anybody get close to Will Arndt. See what we do have on the play, though. Be second down and 10 as it does stand.
Might have been a hold on that left tackle that we were pointing at earlier.
I've been seeing a lot of holding out there, and you just can't call it every play. And I think some of these linemen that they have understand that.
Yeah, Tucker just looks like he towers over everybody over there.
This is a good prospect.
Defense, 0. 15-yard penalty from previous spot, automatic first down.
Going to be a personal foul, unnecessary roughness on Praise.
And maybe I think getting a little too aggressive with Tucker on that left side.
Don't understand what was going on. I did not see him hit the quarterback late, but him and that big, gigantic left tackle out there, they are getting into it. Here we go. Arndt brings them to the line. A 3x1 set. Pistol look. Pretty good discipline right there by the Black Gold. Arndt tried to hard count him. Arndt takes a snap. Rolls to the right. Shoots it out there. Has a man at the 20. Breaks a tackle. Still on his feet. Is going to be taken down around the 12-yard line. It's going to be enough for a first down for the Toros. 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line of the Black Gold.
And that's Chris Carpenter, coach. I mean, another, prominent weapon that the Toros have on the outside. We've seen him be effective in the kick return game, getting some action here at the receiver as well.
You see them throwing the bubble screen right there. Whenever we try to throw it, they're right on us, and it just prevents us from being able to complete that and, have a good play about it. They have plenty of room for some reason. We got press coverage now. Arndt brings them to the line. 3x1 set. Takes a snap. Looks to throw. Shoots a fade pattern, and it's going to be completed for the touchdown.
Yeah, it was, basically a jump ball, coach, and, I guess size wins in that regard. One-on-one coverage on the outside, and that was Lance Lejean. We just called his name a couple plays ago. One-on-one coverage like that with the receiver of that size, it is basically a jump ball and a beautiful pass by Will Arndt on that one.
But you know what? Me as a competitor, me as a football guy, I don't mind that. He had to throw a great ball, and the receiver went up and made a tremendous play on the ball. He went up and high pointed it, just like you teach it. But you your corner is out there competing, and then he had a hand up and he made a real good play, or that would have been an incomplete pass. So, I know it's a touchdown and all, but I'm not really mad at that. I'd rather that happen than him just catch a wide open ball. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 13 minutes and 21 seconds left in the first half. The San Antonio Toros 28, the Black Gold 0. We'll be back after these messages. Back to action.
Yeah, Coach, I'm with you on your analysis on that touchdown. It really is something that you just kind of tip your cap at. Not really anything you can do. There was not enough time to even get pressure. Maybe defensive ends can get a hand up, but even that, it was a rainbow pass. And it's really just a one-on-one matchup at that point.
The kicker puts a boot into it. You see the wind just floated in the air. It's going to come down in the zone and then bounce backwards. That's a live football. That's a live ball because it bounced into the zone, and they have it. The Toros recovered the football. I'll be.
Well, that's a mental mistake. Chalk that one up to the returners. They have to understand that you got to look at that ball all the way through, whether it gets there or not. I mean, also catch it on the fly, I suppose. I mean, again, the wind's playing havoc with that ball. We actually saw that on the extra point to your analysis earlier, Coach. But man, the returners got to do a better job on sealing that one up.
It's recovery on Toros. First down.
The ball landed inside of the 20, which the 20 to the goal line is the zone. It landed in around the 19-yard line and bounded backwards, and the returner just kind of nonchalantly just went after the football. I don't know if he knew if it was live or not, but then once it lands in the zone, it's always live.
Got to play to the whistle regardless.
Big mistake right there. Arndt brings him to the line. 2-by-1 set. It's going to be an I formation. Arndt takes a snap. Going to boot out to the right-hand side. Looking for somebody, and he's going to catch it around just call it the 16-yard line. It's going to be a gain of around 7. Give him 8 on first down.
Yeah, it was Cam Eccles on the outside there. Again, with the play action boot there, and then on the backside, Eccles, finds a little gap there against Jamison Lindsay, able to scoop it up for a little gain.
He ran a deep comeback route on that boot. It was a well-designed boot as they faked that 35, that off tackle. And Arndt booted out. He had pressure from Don Oliver at the left, the bottom of the screen down here. Here we go. Arndt takes the snap, going to hand the ball off right up the middle. The running back looking for some room, puts his head down. He's going to get right inside the 15. They're going to stop him at the 15. Let's see. There's a little bit of pushing going down on the field.
Yeah, it looks
like going to be right at the line to gain.
Yeah, it looked like JoJo Pace coming in from the secondary spot, filling that hole. Henry didn't really have a lot of room to work with. Did make enough for the first down, however, and the sticks are moving. 1st and goal on the 15. First and 10 on the 15.
They're going to give him the first down. Arndt brings him to the line. A 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Motion. Arndt takes a snap. Watch the draw. Shoots it out there. And I believe that was a shot behind. I think he threw that backwards. They should mark it for a loss, but they do not, as he did not punch it backwards for the lateral.
Praise got off the ball super fast on that, beat Tucker to the outside, kind of forced that pass a little faster than I guess Will Arndt wanted, but Praise getting off the ball really quickly. He's got to be careful of that hard count. We've seen Will do that a couple times in some previous series. So just be disciplined and watch that ball and make sure you don't jump a little too fast and give him some free yards.
When that running back vacates and gets out there on the motion, you got to watch Will Arndt for the quarterback draw up the middle. Here we go. Arndt brings him to the line, a 3-by-1 set. Looks to throw. Shoots it out there. Has a man at the 10, trying to spin and break a tackle, and that's going to be Colby Calvin on him at the 10-yard line. A good tackle. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and around 5.
Great open field tackle, Coach. That was Chris Carpenter catching the little 5-yard out. Covey's with him really step by step, able to bring down in the open field there.
The wide receiver, the big guy at the top of the screen, number 15, you got to keep your eyes on him. Arndt brings him to the line. Going to have motion, and I believe it's going to be on the Toros. Going to back them up 5. It's going to be a 3rd down and 10 for the Toros. This is a big play for the Black City the Black Gold, the Tall City Black Gold. It's going to be a huge play for us. We got to make a stop right here.
Yeah, we can't afford to give up another first down and then give them a fresh set of downs inside the 5 by any means. So we got to either try them, to a field goal attempt here or make a big play from that defensive line. Again, it's been moments like this, Coach, that this defense has really stepped up. Let's see if they answer the call on this one.
The one-on-one is at the top of the screen with the big receiver. Watch the fade right here. Arndt takes a snap. He's going to throw a fade pattern at the top of the screen again. And that's going to be a good defended play by the corner at the top of the screen, number 23 for the Black Gold.
Yeah, it's Brandon Guzman, and you called it, Coach. I mean, everybody in the stadium really saw that, there wasn't anybody 20 yards in any direction of those two guys. Will Arndt saw it right away, took that single-step drop, tried to teardrop it back in there. Guzman, step by step, saw the receiver go up, try to grab it, threw his hands right in the middle of that pass, and broke it up. Great play by Brandon on that one.
A tremendous play by Guzman as he was on the call the last time and just barely missed the tip on that touchdown. He did a tremendous job this time. Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 10 minutes and 27 seconds left in the first half. The San Antonio Toros 31, the Tall City Black Gold 0. We'll be back after these messages.
You know what else I love seeing here, Coach? I mean, we got a lot of great activities that the operating team has put on throughout the season too. We got a lot of kids in the Midland Permian Basin area really involved with the Black Gold all season. It's been such a fun time to watch, and I'm sure these kids are having a blast out there too.
Absolutely. Summer football. Summer football year round, really. It gives everybody out here in West Texas an opportunity to come out and watch some football in the dead period of sports. And man, it's been tremendous. Had a real fun time calling the games with you, Mike, all season long. Really enjoyed it. Watching the competitive football that we've been able to see. Just a tremendous thing for West Texas as a whole.
And it's been great, Coach. And, you know, I almost won't forget after that first game, that first preseason game, we spoke after the game. And remember, we had like a 2.5 hour delay due to a thunderstorm. And we actually spoke for another, 2 hours after that game, too, just talking football, man. And you've been doing such a great job all season.
I appreciate it. It's been a heck of a time. Here we go. The kick is away, and it's going to come down around the 10-yard line, and the return is on from there up to the 20. And he's going to be met at the 24-yard line and dropped right there. A good tackle by one of the Toros. Just coming heat-seeking missile, number 18 from the Toros.
Yeah, that's Obi Melanafu again. We called his number a couple times earlier. He had that fumble recovery and ran it back for about 35 yards, making plays on special teams here. For the Black Gold, they actually put Gonzalez back there to catch this one. Not really effective as far as finding that seam, but at least we were able to catch it on the fly this time.
Some measurables for that big, strong safety that they have. The Toros, 6'4", 225. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. Takes the snap. Has time. Shoots it out there one-on-one. Cannot catch up to the football. It's going to be overthrown, but I do believe we're going to have a penalty on number 13 of the Toros. I think he held our wide receiver around midfield.
He definitely did, Coach. He could, it looks like that he bit on a little bit of a stop route, and Pierre had no intention of stopping. He was going to keep going, but he was held at that point, and then Pierre just couldn't catch up with him. I don't know what they might be discussing field position here, but for the most part, Pierre ran a great route on that.
Well, no, Mike, it's not that. This coach over here for the Toros, I could swear he's a youth football coach, because every time I turn on the film, he's doing what he's doing. He's over there talking to the referees and trying to influence them. All it was is his guy went over there and held him. That's all there was to it. If the ball was overthrown a little bit, had he not been held, he would have been able to make a play on the football. That coach is just, he's real engaged out there with them officials, and he always tries to influence them. I've been watching him pretty close.
And that's Stan Bedwell, the head coach of the Toros. He is very animated on that sideline. We've seen him, very confident in a lot of these press conferences as well. He really loves what he's seen out of this team all season, and definitely very passionate when it comes to some of these calls with the officials as well.
Well, I can't say if I was an owner, I wouldn't want a coach like him too. He goes down there and he tries to influence them, and a lot of times he does. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. 2x2 set. Goodman takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off on a draw up the middle. They're going to have him in the backfield. Gang tackle him for about a 3-yard loss, and then shoot him back, and that's got to be a penalty.
That's got to be a flag.
It is. It is. He did throw the flag. There's no need for that.
But, I mean, getting back to the play, though, Coach, I mean, I realize it's a draw, but Samuel had 3 hands on him before he even got that draw play executed. He couldn't really expect much, of what he's been able to do when he's got, sort of tacklers in his lap before he even gets the ball.
That's going to be a personal foul on the Toros. Going to move the ball inside of their territory for the first time in a long time for the Black Gold. I believe we had one series start in their field position in their territory all day long.
And now we're yards on penalties, so we got to capitalize on some of these mistakes. Again, we talk about opportunities. They are presented to us right now.
Look, there's a time right here to make a statement to the Toros. We still got 3/4 of the football game left, pretty much. We got to come out here and show them that we're going to put up a fight. Here we go. Goodman takes the snap. Look to throw a screen. Shoots it across the middle. It's going to be completed for about a 4-yard gain. Oh, and that's going to be to Dominic Oliver right across the middle. You know, if he would have just been able to – that's what I'm talking about. It was a double screen, and that's what you have to do when you're playing against a real aggressive defense. You got to outsmart them. You just got to do that. And that's the first time we've seen it today. Hopefully we can see some more of that because that's what you got to do to slow them down. Right now they're just real aggressive, and we haven't done anything to take any of the aggression out of them until then. Maybe they'll slow down because of that. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. Takes a snap. Shoots it out there on a screen. It's going to be completed to Oliver. Oliver puts his head down, and he's going to be hit after a yard gain. Thought we had a little bit more for him. It's going to be a 3rd down and 5 coming for the Black Gold. He kind of lost his footing.
Yeah, he did slip for sure. But I'm with you on the screen calls, Coach. I mean, there's got to be a way to slow down some of this pressure. On that play, though, I would have loved to see Oliver set up camp behind his lineman so that at least he had a couple blockers in front of him. It looks like that he ran down the field a little bit and forced the lineman to sort of, stay at the line of scrimmage or else risk a legal man downfield because of the forward pass. So on those screen passes, he has to be aware of where his lineman is.
Here we go.
Are and set up.
Looks to throw. Going to have to tuck it and run. He's around the 30, still on his feet, makes a cut, and he's going to be brought down at the 20-yard line. That's what we need Trey Goodman to do. Use his feet and keep the sticks a-moving, and he did on that play. Instead of throwing the ball, which had a lot of no chance to work on this play because he was rolling to his left, he decided to keep it and pick up the 1st down. Trey has got to do that to make this defense take his feet into account.
Apologies, Coach. The feed was a little delayed. I didn't see the play start there. We do have an injury for the Black Gold. We're going to step aside. You're watching Tall City Black Gold football, brought to you by Hydrosource Logistics.
Diamondback's kind of the poster child for the shale revolution. We started in 2012. We went public with 3,000 barrels a day of production, and now here we are doing 900,000 barrels a day of production. We continue to look for ways to grow the business organically and inorganically, like we've done over the last decade and a half. Diamondback's core business is nothing more complicated than converting rock into cash flow. We own about 800,000 acres worth of leases in the Permian Basin, all based in Texas. We've grown significantly over the last 15 years. Started with almost nothing, about 30,000 acres, and now here we are today at a differential size and scale. The differentiator for us has been our ability to convert that rock into cash flow at cheaper prices and cheaper cost structure than anybody else, which has allowed us to acquire a lot of assets and grow our oil production significantly. We estimate we're only getting about 10% out of the oil in place out of the ground today. Diamondback is kind of the poster child for this shale revolution in Texas, and that wouldn't be possible without free markets, capitalism, and a supportive regulatory environment.
There we go. Back to action. Black Gold on the move. Trey Goodman brings them to the line, a 2x2 set. The running back flanked to his left. Need a play right here from Joe Levette. It would be Joe Levette time. Here we go. Goodman takes a step, shoots it out there, has Joe Levette on a corner route, and he's going to shoot him just a little bit too far. He got tangled up with number 4 from the Toros, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, Coach, I mean, it looked like Joe Levette stopped on the route to try to take a peek at where the ball was, but I'm going to be kind of critical on Goodman on this one. It looked like he had a lane on the right side. We mentioned that he was able to find that running lane on the last play. He kind of had it on the upper side of that field on that one, decided to throw it instead.
Really want him to tuck it and run it anytime he can, see open field. 2nd down and 10 coming, 2x2 set. Goodman brings them to the line. Takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off on a delay right up the middle, and he's going to have about 6, give him 7 yards on 2nd down. Going to be a 3rd down and 3. The play caller had a great play right there for them, for their rush on a delay.
And that was Garrison Johnson from Syracuse.
Good run by Johnson, as he has a little bit more speed than Samuel.
A little bit more elusiveness too. So on those draw plays, when some of that pressure might be creeping in, you want him to sort of dance around in the pocket area, find that daylight, and burst it out.
Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Samuel flanked to his left. The blitz is on. They timed it perfect. And Goodman sneaks around the left-hand side, still on his feet, and spins into the end zone. That's going to be a tall City Black Gold touchdown. A great call by Goodman as he looked like he handed the ball off, and he kept it around the left-hand side, has the speed, and turned the corner. A great spin at the 5-yard line to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Black Gold.
Coach, that was that perfect play call at the perfect time, right? We saw the blitz coming right through the A-gaps on both sides of the center, and you fake that handoff right up the middle, right into the blitz, and just peel out. And, we talk about Goodman, what he can do with his legs. Man, we got to see more of that kind of play action and give him the opportunity to make plays on the ground to open up some of that passing opportunity.
Absolutely. Godina, tease it up. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 6 minutes and 17 seconds left in the first half. The Toros from San Antonio 31 and the Tall City Black Gold 7. We'll be back after these messages.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito.
A tasty treat, Jumborito.
And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, anytime is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
And we're back after that black gold touchdown run by Trey Goodman. Coach, he is a dynamic player. Again, we talked all about it in the pregame. We showed what he was able to pull off last week against the Herd. We even showed some of the highlights from that syndicate second half. He does bring a different dynamic element to overall basically a stagnant offense all season. And on that particular play, I want to chalk that one up to Coach Ford, who called the right play at the right time after seeing that pressure come in.
We were just talking about it. The OC, called a tremendous, brilliant drive right there. One of the best drives we've had all season, play calling wise. I believe we featured a screen, a draw, and then a quarterback choice when he caught the blitz inside.
Those
Tremendous.
Three recipes to shut down any pressure that is consistent, because now it's going to force them to take a step back, or else you just keep running those types of plays over and over again.
Godina tees it up. I believe we're going to have to probably get somebody to hold it. Here's a key right here. We have a stiff wind going on right now at the stadium. If Godina can just pooch it up there, I believe we can get them all the way back to the 5-yard line and stop them. Get the ball back and make this game close. Here we go. Godina tees it up, boots it away. It's going to come down in the end zone. He had a tremendous wind to his back, and this is where you just really want to see him lay it up, because right now they're going to get it at the 35-yard line to start. And you just can't do that,
Well, as effective as this offense has been, Coach, we can't give up yards like this, especially on special teams. Godina has been great all year as far as being able to pin them deep, place some of those kicks. We saw him hit the landing zone a few times last week. But, yeah, I'm with you on that one. We gotta think a little bit more strategic with the elements and, use them to our advantage, because now Will has to throw into that wind.
He's going to have to throw into it. We need to go get him. Here we go. A 2-by-2 set. Arndt brings him to the line. A pistol look. Motion from right to left. Arndt takes the snap, going to hand the ball off on a jet sweep, trying to get the edge. Oh, we should have just ran right at him, and we stopped and slowed down. Number 15 needed to make him cut it back, and he couldn't. He still got the edge and picked up a first down.
Contain, contain, contain. I feel like a broken record parrot on that one, Coach, but that was Jonathan Cajagel unable to contain on that one. And in that particular case, and again, you sort of train these guys. You don't need to make the play. Just make him bounce it back and then have the pressure coming from the backside force them to sort of make the tackle at that point.
Here we go. 3-by-1 set. Arndt brings him to the line. Pistol look. Arndt takes a snap. Going to keep it around the left-hand side. And Cajagel's going to be there for the stop. It's going to be a 2-yard loss. Absolutely. You gotta keep contained. You got to set the edge. And then on that last play, if he would have just ran straight to the sideline and made the receiver cut it back to the pursuit, it wouldn't have been a big play. He learned real quick, though. He set the edge right there, and we have a 2-yard loss. 2nd down and 12 coming with 5 minutes left in the first half.
So they are heading into the win. Maybe they're sort of understanding the elements as you described, Coach. Maybe they are trying to keep it on the ground to avoid some of those lag passes.
It's a stiff win. It's going to knock the ball down. Arndt brings him to the line. 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Motion. Arndt's going to take the snap. Looks to throw. Shoots it across the middle on a drag. On his feet at the 50 and turns the corner. He's going to be brought down after about a 10-yard gain. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 2. A big play right here for Tall City to try to stop.
Chris Carpenter on that drag, Coach, and JoJo Pace just couldn't keep up with him. And then finally was able to bring him down before the 1st down, but still getting beat over the middle of the field. It looks like they had a wide receiver screen set up on the backside that we read very well, too. So it looks like they're running some offensive packages that have multiple options for Arndt to choose from.
Here we go. Arndt brings him to the line, 3-by-1 set. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be completed at the 40-yard line. He's going to have enough for the 1st down, a gain of 6.
That's Carpenter again. Just a very simple 5 and out. We got Kobe Calvin, who's, a rover back, monster back, whatever you want to call him, unable to keep up with that 5 and out pattern. Carpenter's running all over the field here on this drive, doing a lot of drag and out patterns. Let's see if they send Lejean deep on this one or if they keep it on the ground or some of these short passes.
Arndt brings him to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Motion from left to right. Arndt's going to hand the ball off right up the middle around the left-hand side. The running back's going to be dropped from the backside, and that's going to be number 33, Dominic Oliver, on the stop. Could have been a big play, but Oliver running that heel line stopped him for a gain of 2.
Great play by Oliver. We've called his number a number of times throughout the season from that defensive end spot. Again, we just got to keep calling on this D-line to make plays when we need them the most. And now we're, setting them up 2nd and long. Let's see if we can work in some blitz packages here and keep the pressure on.
That's just being competitive. Oliver was competing on that play. Here we go. Arndt brings him to the line, a 3-by-1 set pistol look. It's going to be motion on the Toros as some of the black gold fans are rising up, making some noise. If you can hear them in the background. Trying to do as much as we can to hold up right here, take it into halftime, get the ball back. Hopefully we can score. We need a big stop right here. Big stop right here. Try to get the ball back before half and make it a game. Put some pressure on them. The Toros have been operating with no pressure the whole season. Let's see if we can make it a game and turn the pressure up. See what they do. Maybe they'll give it to us. Here we go. Arndt brings them to the line, a 3-by-1 set. Pistol look. Arndt takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off on a delay. Running back makes a move in the backfield, still on his feet, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield for a loss. A big play by number 6 for the Tall City Black Gold. Going to bring up a 3rd down and around 15.
And that's Justin Whiteside, Coach. But, again, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's going to be the 2-minute warning. That's going to take us to the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, huge play by Whiteside again, but again, contain. They were able to bounce that play and force them back inside, and I guess that's really where the pursuit comes in and where Whiteside was able to make the play. With the 2-minute warning, we're going to step aside for 30 seconds. You're watching Tall City Black Gold, brought to you by Hydro Source Logistics. You know, Coach, we called on this defense endless times throughout the season to make big plays, and, you know, they can only do so much, but that was a big one right there, especially right after a penalty that knocked them back. You're able to stop them in the backfield once again, setting up a 3rd and long here. You know, 2 minutes left in the first quarter. This has really been our Achilles heel in order to get out of these types of situations. You know, again, I'm going to call on the defense one more time to make another big stop, either force a punt or, you know, I don't know if they'll go for a long field goal attempt into the wind, but give your offense another shot to march down the field and put points up before the half.
It's not only just that. I mean, the crowd has juice. The sideline over here at the Tall City Black Gold, they have juice. Everybody is just pumped up. They're wanting to compete, and we have to be kicking ourselves right now. We really have to for making some mistakes. We kind of gave them some points, and this has been a ball game ever since we settled down. Here we go. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw. The pressure is on, and Arndt shoots it out there. Has a man, and it's going to be covered up and picked off at the 20-yard line. That's going to be intercepted by the Black Gold. There we go. That's exactly what I've been calling for. Just compete. The Tall City Black Gold have risen up and compete. That's all it is. The word is compete.
And
Coach Mike.
Yeah, that was Jamison Lindsay getting the best of Will Arndt on that one. That's his 2nd pick against him this season. So, you know, he definitely has some sort of a number whenever Will throws the ball. But, Coach, I'm going to point out a couple different levels of the defense on that one, and that's a team interception. I mean, the pressure that was being put on by the defensive line really forced that ball up a lot, you know, higher than I guess Will Arndt wanted. And Jamison Lindsay just went up, and it was up for grabs at that point. He took all advantage of it.
Couple of things. That defensive end on the right side putting tremendous pressure. If he would have had just a half second more, we might have had a strip sack fumble on the play. The wind knocked that ball down. Here we go. Goodman has the wind at his back, looks to throw, looking, has a pump fake, shoots it out there, has a man on the move at the 50. He's going to be knocked out of bounds inside of Toro territory at the 45. You got to believe, Coach Mike, you got to believe this game is not over. There is some juice in the crowd.
And that was Caleb Jolivet, our leading receiver, finding a seam up the sidelines. And, you know, like you said, Coach, the wind at the back, you know, maybe they are starting to play with the elements here. Goodman with a strike, a frozen rope to Jolivet, who picked it up and ran it down, got the ball inside of Toro's territory. Let's keep the offense cooking here, man. Let's get some points on the board before halftime.
You make it a ball game right here if you go in and score. You make it a game because we get the football back to start the second half. You make it a game and you put the pressure on them. All we want to do is compete. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Samuel flanked to his right. Goodman takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off to Samuel. He's moving his feet, needs to push him from behind. He's going to be stopped after a gain of about 3 yards. Give him 4 yards on the play. 2nd down and 6 coming. Samuel running harder. The offensive line trying to get involved and push from the back. It looks like we have some serious juice on the football team. Need to try to get this in. A field goal wouldn't be bad either. It would make it a 3-score game with us getting the ball back to start the second half.
And we have the wind at our back.
Yeah, absolutely. Goodman brings them to the line. 3-by-1 set. Need to get closer, though. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be completed at the 20-yard line. As one of our receivers went up there and got it. Let's see who it was. My goodness, what a throw, what a catch.
Highest point, one-on-one coverage. That was Eli Roundtree.
Roundtree with the reception. A tremendous competitive play by Roundtree. 1st and 10. The Black Gold are on the move.
He has been a go-to receiver for Trey Goodman since Trey Goodman took over this offense. Let's see what they can do as far as keeping the ball moving and spread out here. He's hit a couple of receivers on this drive.
Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. 2-by-2 sets. Samuel flanked to his left. Goodman looks to throw. He's going to have to tuck it and run. Get around the right side. Has a man wide open at the 10. Breaks a tackle. Going to get up inside of the 10 and is going to set up a 1st and goal at the 7. My goodness. Trey Goodman has the Black Gold on the move.
And that was Roundtree once again, Coach. finding that little soft pocket with the pressure barreling down. Credit Goodman for escaping the pocket and finding that open receiver. But Eli found the open spot on the field after 3 defensive backs and linebackers pursued Goodman due to his running threat.
There's that all over the field. They are bringing the house, and they're not covering everybody. It's literally all over the field. I think we're going to have a flag. Let's see. It's going to be on the Toros. It's going to move the ball even closer. I want to say the 3.5-yard line. It should be half the distance.
Well, Coach, I mean, maybe they're not just quite used to seeing an offense move the ball on them like this, and tempers are flaring a little bit. But, again, we talk about opportunities, man. This is a critical one for us to put another touchdown on the board, head into the locker room. We do get the ball to start the third quarter. So, with all the momentum and everything happening right now, things are looking very, very promising for Tall City heading into the halftime and into the second half.
Mike, I'm going to tell you, I've been here. I've been coaching in the coaching ranks for 16 years. You can feel it. You can feel it at the stadium. The game is getting closer. The guys in the gold believe they're competitive, and they got a shot. They got a legit shot to make this a ball game. They're making no mistakes, and they're just playing them and competing. And it's a game. Goodman brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Watch Goodman on the quarterback zone read right here. As they're coming with the blitz again. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it over the middle. It's going to be incomplete. I kind of like to give Goodman an option on this play, an option of running or throwing on this play. I'd like to play action and boot him out.
Yeah,
get him on the move.
With 44 seconds left, we still have that timeout, so we can still play around with the clock if we have to. But I would like to see – I'm with you, Coach. I'd like to see some sort of an option RPO, give him an opportunity to put it in with his feet as well. He's been very effective with that.
Absolutely. 2nd down and goal coming for the Black Gold. You got to punch this in for a touchdown right here. You're down this far. Go ahead and punch it in. Goodman brings them to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Goodman takes a snap. Look to throw. He's going to have time. Still scrambling. Gets out of trouble in the backfield. Still looking. He's making too many moves, and he's going to be sacked at the 11-yard line. That was a mistake. He should have thrown that through the back of the end zone.
Definitely. He's got to understand the situation there, Coach. The clock is really an important factor.
And running, 22-21. I think Coach Blackshear is going to call a timeout, which I believe this might be a mistake. He's going to kick the field goal. I would like him. They call a timeout. Let's see, how much time are they putting back on the clock? I believe they're going to put a little bit more time back on the clock. I think he called the timeout early with 33 seconds left. So it's going to be a 3rd down and goal at the 11, call it the 12-yard line. It's going to be
regardless, Coach. I mean, Goodman did a phenomenal job breaking the tackles on the far side of the field, worked his way to the near side, kept his eyes down the field looking for a receiver to get open, didn't find one, and that's where, I guess some experience comes into play. You got to get rid of that ball. Throw it to the sidelines, throw it through the back of the end zone, do what you got to do to just get back to the original line of scrimmage and run another play.
Well, I believe we have 0 timeouts left. In the half. I believe there's 0 timeouts left because we have already used 2 of them, I believe, on this drive. And I think we only have 2 in the first half. I believe that's what we have. So here's the deal. If we do get stopped in bounds, there's 33 seconds. You got to talk to your field goal team right now and have them ready so they can get up to the line, snap it, and we can kick it. Because I don't believe you get another playoff if you're not fast about it. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. A 2-by-2 set. Goodman looks to throw. He's being rushed. He reverses out, sets up, shoots it in the end zone. It's going to be caught for a touchdown. That's a Tall City Black Gold touchdown. That's going to be number 10 for the Black Gold. My goodness, what a play by Trey Goodman.
That was Joe Boykin right there at the goal line. Goodman finds him, made sure that he stayed in the end zone, didn't want to come out and risk getting tackled in the field of play. Heads up play by Joe right there, and great pass by Goodman. I mean, he was able to elude a lot of that pressure, thread the needle, hit a laser beam right into double coverage there, and Boykin was able to snag it while staying in the end zone.
I believe there is a flag that just – they're going to have another penalty on the Toros. It's going to be unsportsmanlike conduct on the Toros. They're getting a little shook. Coach Mike.
Again, Coach, they probably haven't seen this type of pressure offensively all season. And, you know, again, I'm not knocking any of the talent that we've seen them put forth throughout the year defensively. Obviously, Jerry Glanville is their defensive coordinator. You know, there's a lot of talent, a lot of experience. But you and I both know this game is funny, man. Any given Sunday, you know, you can find some wrinkles and creases, and all of a sudden the tide is tilted. And, you know, Tall City's black gold, it took them all season to find some offensive rhythm, and we're seeing it in full display here at the end of the second quarter.
Definitely some juice on the black gold side. Godina, ready to add the extra point. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your new score with 26 seconds left in the first half. The San Antonio Toros 31. The Tall City Black Gold 14. We'll be back after these messages.
Baby better hate me. Baby better hate me. Baby better hate me. Okay. Baby better hate me. Baby better hate me. Baby better hate me. Okay.
Coach, good on Coach Blackshear on that one for not relying on the field goal and entrusting that final play into your dynamic quarterback. Goodman sort of stepped up and made the play happen. But again, I want to credit Boykin, with the awareness to keep both feet in the end zone and not catch that ball before the goal line. I think that was critical, especially with the time left on the clock.
A great call by Coach Blackshear of calling the timeout early once Trey got sacked when he was doing a little bit too much the play before. Coach Black went up there and called the timeout, conserved the time to make sure that if we didn't get it on third down, that we'd have enough time to kick the field goal. And he did a tremendous job managing the ball game down the stretch of the first half. Here we go. Godina tees it up. The ball, it's windy out here, Mike. There's no doubt about it. We got a good wind out here, and they're going to have somebody hold it for him. You would like Godina to just lay it up. Keep the ball in the zone. Don't kick it. I mean, he don't really even have to boot it. He's got a big old solid leg on him, one of them big German legs. So he just has to lay it up. That's all he has to have right here. Just lay it up. He boots it. And it's going to keep the guy in the zone perfect at the 1 yard line. And the return is on from there. Shakes a tackle on his feet at the 20. And he breaks a tackle all the way up to the 30-yard line. Whew.
Well, you called it, Coach. I mean, even though he got a good return out of it, he definitely set up the kick return or the kick
flag down.
The kickoff team.
Absolutely. All flags all over the place. There's all kinds of stuff going on there, Coach Mike.
Yeah, tempers are definitely flaring. I mean, we've got 20 seconds left before the half. Maybe timing is a good way to maybe it's going to be good to get these guys into the locker room and get some heads cooler a little bit. But to that play by Godina, Coach, like you said, you give your kick coverage team an opportunity to make a play, right? And we can't by any means be satisfied with the way everything has gone in this first half. We've closed it out pretty well. But we also have to remember this team hurt us very strongly at the end of the first half in San Antonio. Will Arndt found his receiver for a touchdown with only 9 seconds left. So we got to be very conscious here not to get beat deep like we have a couple times in the first half here.
Absolutely.
We also have a sideline warning against St. Louis.
A big-time penalty on the black gold is going to move the ball all the way up to the 46-yard line. You can't have that. There's 20 seconds left in the first half, and you just put the ball almost at midfield.
I know it's into the wind, but Kenneth Almendares, he does have a very strong leg, too. We saw that ball kind of hold up a little bit, so I don't know if they would even turn to him. But again,
I don't think so.
You can't give Will Arndt opportunities like this. He can strike and hurt you.
It's a 15-mile-an-hour stiff wind that Arndt's heading into right now, a 2x2 set. Pistol look. Arndt takes the snap, going to hand the ball off on a jet sweep. Praise Amuwali out to the outside, trying to knock the guy out of bounds, and he does at the 49-yard line, assisted by one of the other tall City players. That's going to be number 6, Justin Whiteside.
Yeah, Whiteside's trying to stay stride for stride with the speedy Wayne Ruby on that jet sweep. Again, running multiple options on that particular pattern for Will Arndt to choose from. Opted for the jet sweep. Let's see what they can do here on second down.
Arndt brings him to the line, a 3x1 set. Pistol look. Arndt takes the snap, looks to throw. The rush is on. Oliver's all over him in the backfield. He escapes it. He's going to tuck it and run, and he's going to go down. Going to have to call a timeout, and they are. The ball is at the 45-yard line with 6 seconds left in the first half. 6 seconds is all they have. I believe they're going to let Art just chuck one up. I would like to see a 3-man rush and put the extra defender back there to try to knock the ball down. It's going into the end zone, I guarantee you.
Yeah, he did slide before the sticks, but like you pointed out, Coach, with 6 seconds left, it's sort of irrelevant. This is going to be the last play of the first half, barring another penalty. But, again, we talk about the pursuit. That lane opened up very wide in the middle for Arndt to sneak out, and we have seen him be effective with his legs in the running game. He's not nearly as dynamic as Goodman, but he is still very effective. Third down from the 45-yard line, Will Arndt has a cannon that he can dump it out, and we have seen the wheels of his receivers on the outside. We cannot get beat deep on this play.
I'd love to see 4 safeties deep. Love to see it. Get your big, tall, wide receivers just back there to knock the ball down. Right now, if we gave up any kind of points, it would be a gut punch because we've done everything we had to claw back into the football game. We've dominated the second quarter. We have got to stop them right here. Arndt brings them to the line, a 2x2 set. And I don't believe we're going to have the 4 safeties that I want back there. It's going to be a cover 4 we're looking at. Arndt takes a snap, do have a penalty, and it's going to be on us, and it's going to be completed, but it's not going to end. The half will not end on a penalty. It's going to move the ball up 5 yards to the 40-yard line, and they're going to have another go of it.
Yeah, we just got a little happy with that one, Coach. And again, discipline, fundamentals, you basically gave him a free play here. And, again, we've seen Will Arndt hurt us in previous games with, free plays and extra opportunities. It looks like they actually might try the field goal attempt now.
Well, they're going to take the play. They're going to take the play because it was completed, and they're going to call their final timeout. They get 1 more yard. Instead of the 5-yard penalty, it's going to move the ball to the 39-yard line because he did catch the football. It's going to give them 1 more yard because they took the completed pass. They had 1 more timeout left in the half. Now, this is the final play barring a penalty. We cannot give up anything. We've worked too hard to get back in the football game. I'd really like to see our 2 big, tall wide receivers play safety on us, get them back to the goal line, just knock the ball down. Let's go into the half and try to get back into the game when we get the football back to start the second half. Cannot give up anything right here. It would be really big-time gut punch if we did.
Yeah, we gotta definitely keep points off the board. I mean, the wind is so powerful, Coach. It's knocking the ball around after it's set. So, I guess a field goal is sort of out of the equation regardless. Kenneth Almendares definitely has the leg from this distance, but, with the wind, it's too risky for the Toros. They're looking to strike with 6 on this one.
The top of the screen, number 15, they're trying to get him isolated on a go route. Number 15 is who they're trying to go to, and we have him double covered. We have 3 safeties back deep. And I do believe we're going after him with the rest. We're sending 6. And we do. They're going to catch the ball and then lateral it backwards. He's going to lateral it again to Arndt. And Arndt's going to toss it backwards to number 11. Maybe we can catch him and get the ball, but we're going to tackle him at the 39-yard line. A gain of nothing, and that's going to be the end of the first half with your score. The San Antonio Toros 31, the Tall City Black Gold 14. That's the end of the first half.
You're watching Tall City Black Gold football, brought to you by Hydrosource Logistics.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito. A tasty treat, Jumborito. And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, any time is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
Diamondback's kind of the poster child for the shale revolution. You know, we started in 2012, we went public with 3,000 barrels a day of production, and now here we are doing 900,000 barrels a day of production. We continue to look for ways to grow the business organically and inorganically, like we've done over the last decade and a half. Diamondback's core business is nothing more complicated than converting rock into cash flow. We own about 800,000 acres worth of leases in the Permian Basin, all based in Texas. We've grown significantly over the last 15 years. Started with almost nothing, about 30,000 acres, and now here we are today at a differential size and scale. The differentiator for us has been our ability to convert that rock into cash flow at cheaper prices and cheaper cost structure than anybody else, which has allowed us to acquire a lot of assets and grow our oil production significantly. We estimate we're only getting about 10% out of the oil in place out of the ground today. Diamondback is kind of the poster child for this shale revolution in Texas, and that wouldn't be possible without free markets, capitalism, and a supportive regulatory environment in the state of Texas.
And we are at the half. Tall City Black Gold making a statement in that second quarter, crawling back as much as they can into this one. It is a 31-14 score, but the Black Gold offense has really started to come alive. Trey Goodman making plays both with his feet and in the air, finding certain receivers at key moments. And again, a credit to Robert Ford, the offensive coordinator, for really figuring out ways to deflect a lot of this pressure that the Toros defense is notorious for. You know, Jerry Glanville versus Robert Ford in this one, two OGs in the NFL and a lot of football experience being called. And it's really exciting to see this chess match go back and forth between these two veterans. But for the most part, Black Gold end that first half on a very positive note. They will be receiving the second half kickoff, and if they can put points on the board again, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely have a ball game. So with that being said, we're going to step aside for another commercial break. At the half, Toros 31, Black Gold 14. You're watching Tall City Black Gold football, brought to you by Hydrosource Logistics.
Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
It's a Mexican treat, Jumborito. What a fun place to eat, Jumborito. No one makes them bigger or cooks them better than burritos at Jumborito. A tasty treat, Jumborito. And good lean meat, Jumborito. Morning, noon, or night, any time is right for a Mexican treat, Jumborito.
And we're back, still at halftime here. Toros leading 31-14. But once again, if you're just joining us, the Black Gold offense clicking on all cylinders in that second quarter, making it a game. And we are privileged to be with John Norman, the owner and founder of the Tall City Black Gold. Coach, player, owner. Mr. Norman, what do you have to say about what you're seeing from this team against a team like the Toros here tonight?
Yeah, man, I'm excited that we fighting back. It's been a tough year this season. But we got our quarterback Trey Goodman. He's been with us, but he missed the last game that we played against the Toros. So. He's just getting his feet under him, getting some plays, and getting more comfortable back there. And man, I'm excited, man. Defense is playing really well, especially towards the end of the first half. And so, I'm excited to see what we do when we come out the second half.
Well, let's talk about this first season. I mean, obviously we talk about some of those roller coaster peaks and valleys and ups and downs, and but bottom line is, man, you were able to bring football to the Permian Basin in the middle of the summer. You give an opportunity not only to the players and the coaches to get out there and get some film on them and get some plays under their belt, but you also gave the community something to root for, cheer for, build on, claim it's their own, especially the youth. I mean, and I want to really highlight that because, some of the initiatives that you've put forth throughout the season were really centered around the youth in the Permian Basin, the Midland, Odessa area, both with football and cheer. What do you have to say about all of that as far as the season sort of unfolded?
Yeah, man, I'm just blessed. I'm blessed to be in a position to, like you said, I've built a youth sports league where we service over 3,000, up to about close to 5,000 now. So over 4,000 youth throughout the year on an annual basis. And, I just wanted to extend that and have a professional team here in Midland. It's the first year. We learned a lot this season. This being our last home game and everything, but it's a lot to build on. We've had a lot of teams come through Midland, Odessa, and in football country, and they haven't lasted. And so hopefully we can get this thing rolling. And end this season strong, and come out next year bigger and better. The kid aspect of it, man. We've tried to do themes each home game that we've had, and we had a great theme with youth sports night where all the kids were able to come out and wear their uniforms. Some of those football players had to wear last year's uniforms because their uniforms hadn't came in this year yet for the fall. So that was interesting to see different uniforms and everything, and we've had our cheerleaders perform at halftime, our MRD program, which is a local, Midland recreational division. A lot of these kids, man, this is all the football, all the sports that they're going to play. And so, we want to showcase those young people and showcase this talent that we have out here.
It's been great. I mean, and again, from speaking on behalf of everybody in the Midland area, thank you for this opportunity that you gave to this community. I know the kids are loving it. It's football in West Texas, and nothing really more needs to be said at that point. But you've done a great job. I know it's been a lot of work throughout the course of the season. You have a great staff around you, a great team around you. Obviously, your wife is a co-owner and director of operations for the whole organization. She's done a great job, Denise Norman. And again, we just want to express our gratitude personally from this broadcast booth, and for all those listening around the country. It is something very special that you were able to build here.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man. And like you said, I couldn't have done it without the team that we have. And like I said, we're just going to get bigger and better and stronger each year. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
John Norman, founder and owner of the Tall City Black Gold. As we queue up the voice of the Tall City Black Gold, Coach Rob, leading us into the third quarter kickoff.
Here we go. The kicker tees it up, and he's going to boot it away. It's going to come down in the end zone. Doesn't reach the zone, so we're going to have the football at the 35-yard line to start the second half. 31-14 is the count. Toros on top. We dominated the last quarter, the second quarter, 14-3 over the Toros.
Yeah, Coach, I mean, we got to build on this momentum. Obviously, we're heading into the wind now, and that was a big factor as far as the way the elements were playing with that football in the air. But again, this is really where I'd like to see the Trey Goodman show come into fruition. Let's run some of those RPOs. Let's get him on the ground, rushing for those sticks, finding those gaps, and let's keep that offensive pressure on the Toros defense.
Well, they're going to come out in that bare front as they're showing. They got 5 down linemen, and they're going to blitz off of it. They're coming with 6. Goodman brings them to the line, split backfield, takes the snap, going to fake the ball. No, he's going to hand it off to Samuel, and he's going to be hit in the backfield and drop. See, I don't like that formation for us, that split backfield. What it does when we bring the other running back in, it brings another blitzer in. That's what they're doing. Whenever we're going split backfield, they're just bringing the guy down and coming full steam ahead. And if we're going to run into it, it's not a bad thing if we throw out of the split backfield, but if we're going to run into it, we're running into 6 guys coming straight at us.
Would you like to see the running backs flare out on that and just
absolutely.
Keep the pressure at bay?
Like I said, if we're going to do anything out of the split backfield, I'd like to run. And here they come again with a 6-man front. We're in the I formation. Goodman takes the snap. Play action. He's going to have to reverse out. He does. Looking for a man. Shoots it deep. Has a man. And it's going to be picked off at the 20-yard line. Ooh. Not too bad of a play still, though, because it's like a punt. We're going to have them all the way backed up at their 21. I know we don't have the football, but we kind of flipped the field position. It really is not a terrible play. It really is not.
I mean, it is one-on-one coverage with Joe Levette. I mean, he is a smaller receiver, right? But, for the most part, I'm with you, Coach. I'd like to see, the slinging down the field to try to give this offense enough of a momentum to keep the pressure on. And look, now the Toros have the whole field that they got to march down. So once again, calling on the defense, but it was a great play by Isaiah Green in one-on-one coverage down the field.
They do have the wind at their back right here. So, we could not get out of that first quarter with the wind at their back. Arndt brings them to the line. Going to have a split backfield look. I'd like to do them the same way they do us and go after them. Arndt takes a snap. Going to have a handoff on a crossbuck right up the middle. That's going to be number 12. Breaks a tackle. Still on his feet. In the open field at the 50. A flag comes down. He's going to be knocked out of bounds. And there's going to be another flag. And it's going to be on us. It's going to be number 14 with the late hit. My Lord have mercy. I think you're going to have a flag on them and going to turn back and have a late hit on us. Did not need to shove him out of bounds when he was already stepping out of bounds. That was not a very smart play.
Yeah, that was number 14, Gabriel Adewuze, with the late hit. I couldn't see who the hold was on the Toros. The officials are talking about it. Would this offset it, Coach, or would the late hit take precedent?
No, it's not going to take precedence. But what it's going to do is it's going to be a spot foul for them, and then they're going to tack on the 15 yards for against us. A spot foul, which was a hold or a block in the back, I believe it's on them.
Here's the call.
You're in the run. Hold it. Offense. Number 15. Dead ball. Personal foul.
So it's a spot foul.
And then a dead ball.
And then a dead ball. So it's really going to give them 5 yards up to the 45-yard line from the spot foul. So, we would have had them all the way back to the 30. Instead, we give up the penalty on the late hit, and it marks it at the 45.
And that was Jalen Jackson on the run. It was a beautiful run by him. We got to give him the credit for that. I didn't see or hear who the hold was on. But again, disciplined football coach. We can't be making mistakes like that and give him free yards.
Arndt brings them to the line, a 2-by-1 set split backfield. Arndt takes a snap. Look to throw. Looking. He's going to have to tuck it and run. Praise Amuwali's all over him in the backfield. Misses the tackle. Shoots it. They're going to have a flag for a hold on them. And we got a pick. An interception. The black gold with a pick, with a turnover. And he's still not touched. That's a live ball. He's moving down the field. Hold on. They're not going to mark him out of bounds. He was not out of bounds. I don't believe. Oh, that's a real heads-up play by the cornerback as he picked the ball off, got up, and took off down the field.
That was JoJo Pace, coach. Big heads-up play. But again, that's all praise Amuwale on the defensive front. He put enough pressure on that Tucker was forced to hold him. It was going to be a holding penalty anyway, but it forced Arndt to throw that ball up. JoJo Pace comes down and gets a decent return out of it. Our offense right back on the field.
And this is why I watched the film on Arndt, and I watched all the games. And when you put pressure on him, he does not make good decisions with the football, particularly throwing the ball. That's why I would like to go after him a little bit more. He'll give it up. He's been known to do that when I watch the film. Right here, Praise just had the hands all over. Look at that big left tackle. He went in clothesline, Praise. A great play by number 5. And then heads up, he takes off and gets another 40 yards of field position. The ball is at the 35-yard line, prime for us to go in and make a play. Goodman brings them to the line. Let's see if we can spread them out. I'd like to see the same formations that we used to move the ball down on them in the second quarter. It looks like we're going to go split backfield again. 2-by-1 set. This tight end is live to the right. Going to have a timeout on the field. And it's going to be on for the black gold.
I don't like that timeout, Coach. Again, this is sort of an undisciplined, timeout. We're very early in the third quarter, and as we learned in that syndicate game, you only get one timeout in the third quarter and then one timeout in the fourth quarter as part of the continental shift rules. Right. That is a rule that is sort of put in place throughout the whole game. So big error on that one, just either getting that play in, getting the right personnel in, but you gotta maintain discipline to keep that type of momentum in your favor, especially after a big interception like that.
Listen, they've been at their best when they've gone to a 2-by or a 3-by-1 set with a running back in the backfield with Goodman. And I'll tell you the reason why. They cannot bring all those guys because you got guys out there to cover. When they go 3-by-1 or 2-by-2, you have to put a guy out there to cover. It takes a guy from blitzing you. When they come out with this 2 backs in the backfield, it brings another guy in there that you have to evade. I would want to spread everybody out so that Trey has to elude less people when he's looking down the field. Here we go. We're bringing them together again, though. It's a 2-by-1 set, split backfield. Goodman brings them to the line. Motion from right to left. Goodman takes a snap. And Goodman's going to fumble it, shoot it out there, and it's going to be almost picked off.
Dangerous pass.
He tried to throw it out of bounds, and he just got hit as he was throwing. That could have been disaster from the get-go. I'm not lying. I think we should get out of the 2-back set out of the split backfield. If you're going to use the split backfield, I would like to see them flare, because the guys that are coming in off the edge, they're just coming to blitz. They're not going looking to cover anybody.
I got one better for you, Coach. If you're going to start in the split backfield, motion these guys out so that they can show their hand with the blitz.
Hey, not a bad idea. Any of that, getting them out wide, it's the way to go. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line, split backfield, 2-by-1 set. Oliver's live right to the bottom of the screen. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, has protection, shoots it out there. It's going to be completed on the move. Inside of the 10-yard line is going to set up a first down and go for the Black Gold. That's going to be number 3, Caleb Jolivet, all the way down inside of their 10.
I mean, what a great route. What a great route. What a great throw. I mean, one-on-one coverage right there. I mean, Jolivet just beat him to the inside, and Goodman put it right on stride. What a perfectly executed play, and it looks like that they changed it at the line of scrimmage based around what they saw defensively. So Goodman out there reading the defense, making the necessary adjustments when he has to.
It's one-on-one. Here we go. This is the set we like, 2-by-2. Samuel in the backfield, split to the right of Goodman. Goodman takes a snap. It's going to be a quarterback draw all the way. Goodman shakes a tackle inside of the 5, down to the 1-yard line. It's real close. It's going to be second down and go. I love the call. I love
the call too, Coach. We called for it earlier in the game, and, you know, ask and receive when it matters most. You know, you spread him out. You give Goodman the opportunity to make plays happen with his feet, and we've seen how effective this offense is when he has that chance.
I'd like to see the ball in the big running back right here, Samuel. Samuel is a load right here. Hopefully we can get 1 yard.
Both hands on the ball, cannot afford to put the ball on the floor here.
Goodman brings him to the line. I said. Goodman takes a snap, going to hand the ball right off to Samuel. He's fighting. It's going to be third down and go at the 1. He just could not get any movement over there off of the right side. Now we just spread him out and let Goodman go to work.
Yeah, I would have almost loved to see a little play action boot with Goodman right there. It looked like the top of the field was sort of open for him in a lane. I understand you want to ground and pound it in there, but it's very difficult to move this Toros defensive front.
That big number 93 right there, Big Ted Washington Jr., it looks like he's big. That's a man as big as a house, right at the point of attack. I hope we don't run right at him. Maybe a bootleg right here with Goodman. Goodman takes a snap, looking for a quarterback sneak. He's going to try to get in like a little rat. He does. That's going to be a touchdown for the Black Gold. Goodman making himself small, and I saw it. He looked like little Mikey Cotto over that left-hand side. He got down like a little rat, you know, 0 cartilage, and Goodman got in. That's a touchdown all the way. A tremendous job by Goodman, making himself as small as he could, and he got in off of that left-hand side. You know, the big number 90, I think it was 63 or 93, one of those guys, he's big as a house, and we didn't run his way. That's a good deal by Goodman right there.
That was a great answer from a great interception, too, and that's exactly what this team needs. They need the offense to capitalize on those opportunities when the defense gives it to them.
Absolutely. Go Dina for the extra point. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up, and it's going to be blocked. It's going to go off into the end zone. Going to be no good on the PAT. Your new score with 10 minutes and 56 seconds left in the third quarter. The Black Gold 20. The San Antonio Toros 31.
Coach, we got a game.
Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
Did you say ranch?
I need a little ranch. Ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch. Ranch, I wanna let my boots down loud.
Candied bacon. A buttermilk ranch bun. With a jalapeno kick. Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club. It's Chick-fil-A chicken, all ranched up.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, pain sauce, crinkle cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Yeah, Coach, we're teeing up a replay of this blocked extra point, but I want to go back to what Trey Goodman has done with this offense. We saw the adjustment he made pre-snap on that long pass to Joe Levette. Didn't get into the end zone, but got him set up first and goal inside the 5. And then, after a botched running play, you realize you can't really move the pile backwards like that. You give the ball to your playmaker's hands and say, here, get a 6. And that's exactly what he did.
Well, they were playing single safety high, and they were playing him to the top of the screen. He kind of like motioned something to the wide receiver at the bottom of the screen, meaning that he was going to have one-on-one. Here we go. Go, Dina. Tease it up. It's going to come down at the 1-yard line. It's going to bounce and be picked up. The return is on from the 10. We're going to have a hand on him. There's a flag down, and he's going to have a long return. He gets out to the 50, turns on the speed at the 30, but I believe it's coming back. There is a flag down, and it's right over here at the 20-yard line. That's going to be a touchdown standing, and I don't believe it's going to stand. You got the white hat that's standing right at the 30, and I believe this is coming all the way back.
Lucky break on that one. The feed got caught in a loop of that replay. We missed it here on the broadcast, but it was a great call, Coach. And, again, definitely caught a break with the penalty once again, but we can't be giving up those big plays after having a momentum shift in our favor like that.
Absolutely. But the flag was at the 21, so the ball's going to be around the 11-yard line to start. They're going to back them all the way up because it was outside of the 20. I believe the ball's going to be set around the 11-yard line.
Well, I mean, again, now we give the defense an opportunity to play our game with the long field and really keep the pressure on Will Arndt. And as you pointed out, Coach, in some of the film sessions you've watched on him and, what we've seen here tonight, when he is under that pressure, he does throw balls up that our D-backs can go up and grab. Let's see if we keep that momentum swing and get the ball back into Goodman's hands and really make this a one-possession game.
Here we go. Arndt brings them to the line, a 2-by-2 set. The flag was at the 24, so they moved the ball back to the 14. Pistol look. Arndt takes the snap. There's going to be flags all over the place before the play. And the black gold fans are going crazy. If you can hear the vuvuzelas out there, paying homage to the World Cup. Out here going crazy, trying to make a lot of noise. It was a false start. It's going to move them back to the 10-yard line. 1st and 15 for the Toros. They are in trouble. Arndt brings them to the line. 2-by-2 set. Running back flank behind him. Motion from right to left. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off on a trap up the middle. There's nothing doing. We're going to bring him down after about a gain of 5. We had him at the line of scrimmage, and he had a good run, number 2, for the Toros. A good run of 5. It's going to bring 2nd down and 10. We need to stop them right here and get the ball back. They do have the wind at their back, and it's very important that we stop them.
Yeah, we got to be very conscious that Will Arndt still has that arm and can hurt us deep, too.
Here we go. Arndt brings them to the line, a 3-by-1 set. Pistol look. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw. A stop route. It's going to be popped up in the air and incomplete. And that's Praise Amuwale on the batted ball. There's going to be a flag over here on somebody. Hopefully it's not one of us. Oh, my Lord. Please.
I did see some retaliation there, Coach. And again, it was a phenomenal play. It was tipped in the air, and I believe it was Guzman made a great play to tackle the receiver, and then he gets up and shoves him in the back. That's an undisciplined play right there, but it was a very smart play, knowing that the ball was tipped to just simply tackle the receiver. There's no interference at that point.
No interference once the ball is tipped. My goodness, a big penalty on the black gold.
And that is on Guzman for that shove after the play, Coach. And
not have it.
You can't have it in this situation, especially with the momentum swing. And, Toros really hurting themselves with penalties. And he literally just gave it right back to him.
Gave it to him. A great play by Praise, putting the big paw up and getting the hand on the football. Arndt brings him to the line. A 3-by-1 set, pistol look. Arndt takes a snap, a counter, and Arndt's going to have him in the backfield. No, that's Praise Amuwali. He missed the tackle, still on his feet. The running back shaking tackles and finally brought down at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Whiteside made the play at the end, Coach, but that was all Praise Amuwali.
He got back into the play after he snuffed it out that the quarterback didn't have the football. He blew up, and I want to say that was Dominic Oliver blowing up the counter as he stopped the guard. He stopped the guard from pulling. It was fixing to be a counter tray. And Praise Amuwali made sure that Arndt didn't pull it. A great play by Praise, pushing him back inside to the pursuit. And was that Justin Whiteside that made the tackle?
It was. Again, he's been sort of the mop-up, cleanup crew for this Black Gold defense after this defensive line really puts up that pressure. So it's really great to see, the defensive front and the second level coming through on a play like that. But again, I'm going to give all that to Praise. I'm going to give all the praise to Praise on that one. Stayed disciplined, didn't bite, stayed with the contain, read that the quarterback didn't have the ball, and then closed in and therefore allowed the other players on the backside pursuit. I mean, everything we talked about with respect to that contain coming into fruition at that point. But with that, we have a little bit of a break here. We're going to try to sneak in a commercial for 30 seconds. We'll be right back. Well, Coach, I mean, it looks like we had an injury on the field. That's why we had a timeout. But, we look at some of the defensive plays that we're making. Obviously the penalty hurt. We got to maintain discipline. I know it's chippy out there, and we just got to maintain our ability to make plays when they matter most. But overall, I mean, what do you like what you're seeing out of this defense so far?
They're playing inspired. They're playing with their hair on fire out there. And sometimes, it's a great thing. It's a great thing to play like that all the time. It's just you got to play with your wits. You got to bring your brain into it. It's a passionate game. It's a game of momentum. We've dominated the play since the start of the second quarter. It's like they switched and said, you know what, we're tired of getting pushed around by these guys. They're football players just like us. They're pros just like us. We need to come out here and compete and not get kicked down the field. And they've been doing it since they made up their mind to compete. The defense rose, and you can feel the energy. If you're here in Midland, you could feel it turn around the second quarter. The sideline for the Black Gold were inspired. They were hooping and hollering. The offense got out there and said, "We got to play with a little bit more." And if you've seen this, what you're seeing, the offensive line is playing great football for the Black Gold. I'm not lying to you. A lot of lines that have played against this Toro team have just really given up. They have not even competed. Somewhere through the second quarter, the offensive line of the Toros has said, you know what, we're pros too. We're going to go out there and fight for our brothers. That's exactly what they've done. Trey Goodman coming out here and inspiring the whole team, offense, defense, special teams. Looks like we got a man down. I don't know which one it is.
It's significant enough, Coach. The entire Black Gold team went over, bowed their head, said a little prayer for him. Showmanship. I mean, you leave everything on the field like this, but at the end of the day, these guys are all competing for the same purpose. And you hate to see injuries. You hate to see guys go down like that. But it was a nice show of faith by the Black Gold team to get out there and at least show some concern.
Is that one of our guys that went down? Do you know?
I didn't get a chance to see it, but Nonetheless, man, I mean, again, an injury is an injury, regardless on what color jersey you have. You never really want to see that in this game.
Let me see. They're wheeling one of the players off, and I believe it's one of their guys. I'm looking. He's being wheeled off on the stretcher, headed towards the ambulance.
Well, we're gonna step aside out of respect, and we really hope he's okay. We'll be right back in about 30 seconds. Yeah, we're back here live, and it looks like they did bring the player up the tunnel there, so hopefully he's all right.
I do believe it was one of our guys. That's what they're saying is one of our guys. I don't know which one it was, but nevertheless, a big loss for us. Arndt brings him to the line, takes the snap, looks to throw. He's looking that way, shoots it out there, has a man on a double go, and it's going to be caught in stride all the way down to our 20-yard line. Oh, my Lord. They picked on the same guy. They picked on the guy that just went out.
Yeah, that was Chris Carpenter making moves at the wide receiver position, and he's shown the ability to break away and then find that empty space. And again, you with the wind at Will Arndt's back, you give him that time in the pocket, he's going to find those guys down the field like that. Again, safeties really need to stay disciplined in whatever coverage and just make sure that nobody's able to get around them.
Yeah, they picked on the corner, the outside cornerback that went down. We have number 5 out there right now. Arndt brings him to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Running back Jackson right behind him. Takes a snap on a speed sweep, and that's going to be number 15 staying at home. Stopping him in the backfield. That's going to be number 15 and 30. Let's see, 37. That's Leach. And number 15,
Cajigal.
Staying at home. That is really good play by Cajigal, staying at home over here on the speed sweep. A loss of 2 on the play. Check that. They're going to call it at the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 10 coming.
We've seen him be effective both inside interior and outside on the edge. That one outside in. Great play by Jonathan there.
Arndt brings him to the line. 3-by-1 set. Pistol look. Arndt takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off. No, he shoots it out there to number 5, and they're going to hit him and drop him after about a gain of 3. Let's see. They're going to call that a gain of, about 3 yards on the play. A 3rd down and 7 coming. I thought that was incomplete, to be honest with you. I thought the ball
it skipped too, Coach. I thought it skipped as well, but, I mean.
Nevertheless, they're going to give it to him. Arndt brings him to the line. Pistol look. Jackson flanked right behind him. 3-by-1 set. Arndt takes a snap. Looks to throw. It's going to be a delayed draw to Jackson. Jackson looking for room. Still on his feet. Makes a cut. He's going to get the 1st down and a little bit more. Going to move the ball down to the 12-yard line. That big-time injury really, really hurt us on this drive.
It looks like we got another one. I can't tell who that is. Is that Scott Walker that's down?
Think he's down with a cramp. Got a player down, but he has a cramp, I believe. Might be Cajigal, because I did not see 15 out there.
And we got a shot at what the wind looks like with the flags here.
The wind has a little bit died down just here lately. It is kind of a swirling wind now. It was out of the south. It's kind of going from south to southeast now. Had a player with the cramps. I think he's going to be okay.
Got to hydrate that.
Looking at him, I think that's Whiteside. Let's see. I can't get my eyes on him. 1st and goal. Check that. That's going to be 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line. Can get a 1st down at the 1. Arndt brings them to the line. A 2-by-1 set. An I formation. Going to try to run it right at us. Or watch the play action. Arndt takes the snap, going to hand the ball off to the running back. Makes a man miss in the hole. There's going to be flags all over the place, but they're going to stack him up after about a yard gain.
Yeah, it was a great open field tackle by Dami Ajay after he was forced to bounce it out. Jackson really had no seam up the middle, forced to bounce it on the outside, and it looks like it was a hold anyway.
Going to have a big play. Big flag on the Toros again.
Yeah.
And they're killing themselves.
Toros really hurting themselves with these penalties. This has been a really weird drive. You know, you think back to, you know, the return that, you know, sort of a touchdown that got called back, and then the personal foul that we had that, you know, just kept and then the injuries. Like, you know, this drive has really been an interesting one for the Toros. They have been effective, but once again, penalties really hurting them this side of the field.
Here we go, a 3-by-1 set. Watch number 5 up at the top of the screen on like a wheel route. Arndt brings him to the line, takes the snap, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to shake him at the line of scrimmage, trying to turn on the speed, and he gets inside of the 5. Arndt was going, they were trying to get number 5, and if you look at that play right there, because I watched their games, and you see this 3-by-1 set, they were trying to get number 5 on our number 5. The outside corner who got replaced, and they were going for the wheel route. Arndt just did not have enough time.
Yeah, but he showed off his legs at the same time too, right? I mean, he's still very much a threat on the ground too, so we can't dismiss that. But I'm with you. I saw that play unfold. I mean, that was Carpenter doing an out and up, and, you know, I guess it just wasn't there. The pressure was collapsing that forced Will Arndt out of the pocket to make up those yards on the ground instead.
Here we go. 2nd down and goal from the 5. Arndt brings them to the line. Split backfield. Watch the crossbuck to the left-hand side with Jackson. That's going to be a crossbuck to the right-hand side, and they're not going to have nothing doing. That's going to be a big stop by number 22, the big man, for the black gold, right in the middle, the defensive end, or check that, the defensive tackle.
Yeah, that's Scott Walker. He, too, can play on the interior along with Will Green. Will Green has taken a lot of those double teams on, which has freed up a lot of those guys next to him or behind him to make those types of plays. But once again, the interior of the Tall City Black Gold not getting muscled around or pushed back at this end of the field. I really like the plays that they're making in the trenches here.
3rd down and goal coming. A split backfield look. 2-by-1 set. Arndt brings them to the line. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw, looking, shoots it out there for a fade, and it's going to be caught again, and it's a touchdown. Oh, my Lord. A great play by the tight end, number 84, Oscar Cardenas. Oh, my Lord. What a play, though. You know, we tried. We had a real good coverage out there on that tight end. He put his hand right between him and the ball. And Cardenas just went up to make a play. He just made a play.
He made a great play. I mean, that was a lot of focus and alertness on where the ball was, especially after it was tipped by the corner. I mean, again, Coach, you threw it out earlier. You know, sometimes you just got to tip your cap to a great play like that. I mean, there's nothing really you could do if you're the defensive back. You got your hands in there. You broke up the pass. But Cardenas definitely with the focus, you know, kept his eye on the ball as it was coming down and made the touchdown.
Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's good. Your score with 5 minutes and 41 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. The San Antonio Toros 38, the Black Gold 20.
And, Coach, we're actually going to keep it here because we're going to do a special tribute to all of the sponsors and partners that have been a part of this first inaugural season with the Tall City Black Gold. And it starts with, you know, Roundup, which is the foundation partner, and they ran a phenomenal program all season long, which they called Ticks for Kids. Basically, any kid had the ability to, you know, fill out a form on the website, Tall City Black, CoFL, tallcityblackgold.com, and basically they got free admission into the stadium. So Roundup was gracious enough to put that whole program together, so we thank them for that. Our home game day sponsors, LaFoy Real Estate Group, JMR Services, Diamondback Energy, Hydrosource Logistics, they're the sponsor for today's home game. The player and organization sponsors, the YMCA, they actually opened up their gym to the players to work out throughout the season for us. Exodus has been a player rehab partner. The Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, they've been the player accommodations. A whole slew of food and restaurant partners, you know, Tubby's, Chick-fil-A, Raising Cane's, Sire Brooks, the Chill Zone, Bean Theory Coffee, Main Squeeze Juice, Jum Burrito, The Spot, Dirty Birds, all of them really being an integral part of this inaugural season. We're going to get to the rest of this list, you know, at the next break, but, you know, we can't be thankful enough to everybody involved in making this season happen.
Appreciate y'all tremendously. Here we go. The kicker tees it up for the Toros. He's going to boot it away. It's going to come down inside of the end zone, and the ball is going to be spotted up at the 35-yard line of the Black Gold. Need a drive right here. You know, we had so much juice before the player went down. It was a tremendously bad break for us. You know, right before that happened, we had them all the way backed up inside of their own 10. And we had the tremendous boneheaded mistake of a personal foul late. I don't believe it was a late hit. It was an unnecessary roughness or something like that.
No, it was an undisciplined shove in the back after the play. And, you know, you just can't have that. It's just not acceptable. There's no excuse in the world that can make that justifiable.
Not winning football. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. Another split backfield look. Goodman takes a snap. Looks to throw. Going to shoot it deep. Has a man. And he's going to be picked off at the 25. He threw it right to the safety. The free safety out there. Oh,
that was Rotarion Johnson. He had a pick in that first game down in San Antonio. Just an overthrown pass on that. And, you know, I don't know if we're trying too hard to press it at this point and stepping away from that game plan that was so effective in the second quarter. But like you said, Coach, I mean, it's a game of back and forth, this game of football. And, you know, it rides the waves of momentum. Right now, it's really tilted in the Toros' favor. You know, with 5 minutes and 24 seconds left here in the third quarter and before the continental shift, we really need to, again, call on our defense to make a play in order to sort of soften this momentum that the Toros are putting forth here.
Well, that's exactly what we didn't need. We tried to chase the game, and whenever you try to chase the game instead of letting it come to you, that's what happens. There we go. Arndt brings them to the line. 2-by-1 set, split backfield. They went with the same call that had that big play right down the seam, and this time the safety rotated back. Motion. Jackson. Arndt takes a snap, going to hand the ball right up the middle, and that's going to be Big Will Green saying no, no, no. Going to be a gain of 1 yard, but Big Will Green from the University of Nevada, 6'5", 295, and not much fat on that young man.
That was that mountain of a man making that play, Coach.
Absolutely. Will Green becoming one of my favorite players really quick. Arndt brings him to the line, a 2-by-2 set, a pistol look. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it on a stop route. It's going to be contacted right when he catches it for about a yard gain. It's going to set up a 3rd down and 5. 4 minutes and 38 seconds and counting. Third quarter. Still a game. Need a big play right here.
Yeah, it was a good open field tackle by Guzman. Again, responsible for that sort of shove in the back penalty. But that was their big guy, Lance Lejeune, with the catch. And as soon as he caught it, it looked like Brandon was able to grab him and bring him down to the turf very quickly.
Watch number 5, I believe at the top of the screen. Split backfield. Arndt brings him to the line. Jackson in motion. Takes the snap. Arndt looking to throw. Shoots it out there to Jackson. Jackson on the move. At the 30. A great tackle. A great tackle by the linebacker. That's going to be number 17. Oh, my Lord. Jackson is really hard to handle in space. And Dami Ajay from UTPB comes up with the stop. They're going to have to punt this ball away to us, aren't they?
I would think so, unless you have that much confidence in your offense.
No, they're going to punt it away. The ball is at the 32-yard line. They do have a slight breeze to their back, not much anymore. Watch the fake. They didn't look like they wanted to come off the field very much. That was a great open field tackle by Ajami. The snap is back. The kick is away. It's a good one. It's going to come down around the 20-yard line. A fair catch by Joe Levet. And we're going to have it at the 21. A great stand by the defense, giving the ball back to the black gold. Trey Goodman has got to come up with pocket aces for us right here.
Yeah, I don't want to see a forced pass down the middle of the field on the first play, Coach. I'd like to see them establish, some sort of an offensive series with the last 3 minutes here. Try to put some points on the board before the continental shift where everything speeds up.
They tried to get the split backfield to max protect. I still don't like it. I like putting more guys out there to go out in the pass patterns. That way that he can put people under pressure with his feet. And now that's what we're seeing, a 3-by-1 set. Goodman brings them to the line. Johnson flanked to his right. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw. He's being pressed by big number 93. Still looking for room. He puts a foot in the ground, gets to the 20, and he's going to slide up to the 25. That should be a flag. That is a flag. Yes, indeed. They hit him late. He did take a slide, and they were too aggressive on that. That's going to be a 15-yard penalty. The line judge over here saying that he doesn't believe. He's saying it. He didn't believe it was. It was.
It was called by the ref, so we'll see if
it was called by the white hat. It absolutely was. It absolutely was.
And look, I mean, whatever you want to say, Javier Edwards came like a bowling ball up the middle, big number 93. I mean, Goodman had to basically skirt out of the way basically before he got the snap back.
Well, Johnson did a tremendous job of stepping up and doing all he could for his quarterback, and he made the block that got him loose. But, the guard and the center have to do a better job. That was just a tremendously terrible job by trying to block Mr. Edwards, the big guy, 360.
6'2", 360.
Man, some big people out here. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. A 3-by-1 set. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man, and it's going to be completed for about a 4-yard gain. A good catch as he was under duress. Number 10 for the black gold. Going to give him 3 yards on first down.
You know what we haven't seen any of this season, Coach, and that's hurry-up offense. I mean,
Absolutely.
In a situation like this, the clock's moving, 2 minutes left in the third quarter. You're going to lose that all-important down as the continental shift begins. I'd like to see a little bit more pace here if you're the Tall City offense.
For sure. I'm with you. 3-by-1 set. Goodman brings them to the line. Takes the snap. Going to hand the ball off on a draw to the running back. Trying to get the first down, breaks a tackle. He's at midfield, still on his feet like a bowling ball into Toro territory at the 45. And, one thing that's being really dismissed here is the amount of time that the Black Gold has had the football in possession of the ball, keeping that defense, that vaunted Toro defense on the field. They've done a number on them.
Yeah, they have not been used to being on the field this long. That is for sure. They have really steamrolled every opponent they've faced so far this season. That was Josh King Bradley on that big run. He's been a sort of a sneaky go-to back for Coach in the second half.
Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, has one-on-one out there. He underthrows it, and it's going to be out of bounds, incomplete. He had a man one-on-one. I think he saw the safety at the last second over the top, so he decided not to go deep. It was kind of going to be like a back shoulder fade. The corner kind of muscled him out of bounds, so if he would have caught the football, it wouldn't have been completed anyhow.
Yeah, it looks like he stepped. The officials threw their hats, which usually indicates they stepped out of bounds. So it wouldn't. I don't think it would have counted regardless. But again, I'd rather be safe in a scenario like that if you're Goodman than try to force it into a coverage that could result in an interception.
I think it was the right choice by Goodman. Here we go, a 3-by-1 set. Goodman brings him to the line. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, still on his feet, looking. And then there, I would like to see him throw that ball away. He's going to be right in the backfield for a sack.
He was really dancing around back there, and he just really couldn't get his legs to make an accurate throw to get it out of line. I don't even know if he broke the pocket, the tackle plane. It might have been grounding if he tried to throw it away. But nonetheless, I mean, that is relentless pressure by the Toros at all levels there.
Big number 93, the 6'2", 360 defensive tackle. He's kind of just owning the middle of the field right now. The center and the guard have had a tremendously hard time trying to block him. Goodman takes a snap. Going to hand the ball off on a draw again, and that's big number 93. He shakes a tackle, still on his feet. A good run. Going to get the ball all the way down to the 40 or around, check that, the 43-yard line. They're going to have a flag down. Let's see, who's it on? It's
another
a whole
good run by Josh King Bradley on the draw.
He broke a tackle. He broke Big Edwards, had his hands around him at the line of scrimmage, and he broke the tackle. But I do believe it's going to come back for a hold. There's 17 seconds left, and I'm with you. You lose the down for the continental shift as soon as it starts.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't want to rush the offense into making a mistake, but you got to understand the situation here too. If you only have those two downs and you're effectively like only efficient with some of these draw plays, it really removes that type of play from the playbook in that continental shift.
It's going to be a spot foul on the hold, so it won't be from the original line of scrimmage. It will be from around the 45-yard line. It's going to put the ball all the way back to the 45. Hold on, he's moving further back. No, it's going to be around the 46-yard line of the black gold. So it's going to be third down and a lot. 23 for the first down for the black gold. It's going to be a running
clock too, so we gotta factor this in.
Well, I take it to the continental shift. I believe they take it to the continental shift.
Well, coach, now you have to punt.
Well, no, it's third down. So I think third down. Well, third down is punt time. Yep, you're right. But they can punt from here and get a Los Dos because there is a wind. There is a wind right now, and the wind it's picked right back up, and it's blowing. It looks like it's blowing the wind, blowing the flags all the way from the south. This stadium runs from north to south, and it's blowing all the way north right now. So they will have a stiff wind at their back again to play the fourth quarter. So,
well, let's see what we got going on. We are in the fourth quarter. That does mean the continental shift. We're going to bring up the rules once again, just so that everybody's clear. There is a shortened play clock, so things are going to move a lot faster here in this quarter. 20 seconds is the play clock from 40, so no longer 40-second play clock. We're down to 20. There is a running clock. There's one timeout per team in this fourth quarter. There's a 3-minute warning as opposed to a 2-minute warning. The fourth down is removed. Forward motion is always fun to watch, and it is enabled now for any eligible receiver. 1 yard gap between the O-line and the D-line, so this actually might work in Tall City's favor with big number 93, Javier Edwards, making a lot of havoc in the middle. Now he has to sit a yard away pre-snap. There is no fair catch, but there is a halo rule on the punts. 1 point rouge for a field goal attempt that does not clear the uprights, but does clear the end zone. And then, as you pointed out, Coach, the Los Dos. It is a two-pointer for the punter to actually get on the scoreboard. If they punt it successfully through the uprights, they do get 2 points.
Okay, now the penalty that was previously taken, that was going to bring up a fourth down. We were short. It was going to be 4th and 7. it was going to be at their 41-yard line. They took the penalty. They moved the ball back to our 46. And now, because of that, the Los Dos is out of play. The snap is back. The kick is away, and it's going to come down. It's a great kick. It's going to bound around. It's going to bound into the end zone. That's going to be a touchback. I do believe it's a touchback.
It's actually a rouge.
Did it go? Well, it bounded through the end zone. I thought it had to go through the end zone.
As long as it clears the end zone and does not get returned, that should be 1 point for the Black Gold.
So it bounded in the field of play. In the field of play and then bounded through the end zone. That is a rouge?
That is a rouge.
Okay. Well, then that moves the score to 38-21. 38-21.
We get that extra point that we missed back on that one. And that was a great punt by Riedel, understanding, I guess, the situation, blasting it through the end zone for that 1-pointer.
It was, but it took the Los Dos out a play from that penalty. Their coach made a tremendously good call by accepting the penalty. He would have got the ball back on 4th down. Instead, he said, no, let's take the Los Dos out. Here we go. Arndt sends them in motion. Shoots the ball across the middle. That's going to be the big tight end, number 84, on the move up to the 50-yard line. Going to move the ball all the way down to the 48 of the Black Gold. It's going to be a 1st and 10 after a gain of 17 yards on 1st down.
Yeah, wide open right in the middle for Oscar there, and he made things happen after he caught the ball. He's going to be a dominant threat here, I believe, in this 4th quarter. Big body, pretty big outlet for Will Arndt to find, and we've seen his playmaking abilities so far already.
Cardenas is he's going to be a problem. Motion on the right-hand side. Arndt takes a snap, going to hand the ball off to the running back around the right-hand side, and we have hands on him at the line of scrimmage. He's going to fall forward for a gain of about 2 yards. Going to bring up 2nd down and 8. That's a good play at the bottom of your screen. Dominic Oliver setting the edge for us, pushing the ball back into the pursuit.
He is a big body, and he is very elusive from that defensive end position to make plays like that.
There we go. Arndt brings him to the line. A 2-by-2 set. Pistol look. Motion. Arndt takes a snap. Looks to throw. Looking. Shoots it out there on a stop route. It's going to be completed to the big Cardenas. It's going to move the ball all the way inside of our 35-yard line down to the 32. It's going to be enough for a 1st down for the Toros.
Yeah, this is where we really got to be careful about some of those wideouts on the outside getting deep. We've seen Will Arndt really trust his tight end here in the second half and go to him pretty frequently. If Tall City starts to bite on that and it frees up some of those receiver on the outside, we could get beat deep here.
There we go. A 2-by-2 set. Motion again. Arndt takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there to the tight end, and he's going to drop it around the 28-yard line. He shot it low, and number 17 was out there diving, and so was number 37, Leach. Leach is all over the field tonight, along with Whiteside. They're just out there patrolling the middle of the field, doing a tremendous job for us. Second down and 10.
When the defensive line is doing their job in the trenches, Coach, you know that better than anyone. That opens up the doors for your linebackers to do their job better.
Absolutely. Arndt brings them to the line, a 2-by-1 set split backfield. Got to watch Jackson flank to his left. He is the guy that you got to watch in space. Motion. Arndt takes the snap, going to hand the ball off. No, he keeps it, shoots it across the middle. Has a man, and he drops it at the 20-yard line. He was wide open in the middle of the zone, and he dropped it at the 20-yard line. That's going to bring up a huge 3rd down right here. What do you do right here, Mike? At 3rd down, the ball is on the 33-yard line. You have the big-time place kicker. They have a big one, just like we do. Do you elect to go for it? They turn it over on downs right here if they don't pick it up. They're going to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it. I'm with you, Coach. With the kicker, I would take the points if I could. And that was a miscue by Oscar. He's been a go-to guy. Just a real error, I guess, on that play.
Arndt takes the snap. He's looking to throw. He's looking. He's being pressed. Still on the look. And they're going to stop him at the line of scrimmage for no gain. That's going to be a turnover on downs. The Black Gold have held. Tall City have held. And here comes our guy, Goodman.
Yeah, it was a great defensive set. They forced Arndt out of the pocket. He tried a little shovel pass, Patrick Mahomes style, out to his running back out in the backfield. And we were sort of all over it. Made the play right at the line of scrimmage and forced the turnover on downs.
Where did we force him? We forced him to his left where he could not square his shoulders and get the ball down the field. It was a great pressure. We came on his right-hand side. We came with the pressure, and he could not adjust. Here we go. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there, has a man at the sticks. It's going to be completed at the 42-yard line. A gain of 11 on first down. First down for the Black Gold. That's number 12, Elijah Roundtree.
Yeah, I like the quick out and up. Finding the sticks because, again, you only really have the 2 downs to operate with. So some of those 3-yard passes that they were trying earlier in the game are not going to be effective here.
Here we go. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw. The rush is on. Goodman steps up, lose the rush, has a man downfield, and he's incomplete, intended for number 10 of the Black Gold, wide open at the 45-yard line. Oh, if he could have just settled himself down and made that throw.
Yeah, that was dangerous. He was dangerously at the line of scrimmage. If he would have taken an extra step or two, it might have been an illegal forward pass. But, yeah, you got to make a play like that as the receiver is that open.
If you really, really want, you need to just take the ball and move the football with your feet. He had open space right in front of him. Here we go. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, being pressured. Has a man at the 50-yard line. It's going to be completed for an 8-yard gain. 3rd down and 2 coming. This is a big 3rd down and 2 for the Black Gold at the 50-yard line.
Are you kicking here, Coach, or are you going for it?
No, I'm going. You got to go. It's 3rd and 2.
I'd love to see that quarterback draw here.
Yes, they are down, and they're bringing 5. They are already lined up with 5. They might bring 6. Motion. Goodman takes a snap, going to hand the ball off. No, he keeps it around the right-hand side, has some open space, and he just stopped. We're going to have a flag for holding, but my goodness, he stopped. He should have just kept going as hard as he could. He might have got the sticks. They're going to stop him short of the first down. Yep. That's going to be a turnover on downs.
Yeah, penalty decline, turnover on downs. I like the play call as far as keeping it on the ground with Goodman, but I'm not really a big fan of the play action up the middle and having him try to beat the edge. I would have liked to see that draw play where he can attack the middle, find that little seam like we saw him do on that touchdown run, and really just try to gain those 2 yards and pick up that first.
Well, right there, if you're going to fake it, you want to fake it to the wide side. That way his speed could come into effect and take out the angle. They did it to the short side. The guy angled him and met him at the line of scrimmage. Here we go. Arndt brings him to the line, a 3-by-1 set. Pistol look. Motion. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw. Looked like a screen was setting up, and they're going to hold the guy. He still tries to throw the screen. It's going to be incomplete. They held the number 2, the running back. Hold on. Did he catch the football? He didn't catch the ball, did he?
Wow.
They're saying he caught the ball. How did he catch the ball? Did you see that?
I thought he threw it away.
The ball hit the ground. We got to do it. We got to see that. I think the ball hit the ground, did it not?
Well, I mean, they're not marking it as such, so we got to play the cards that we're dealt with here. But, yeah, I'm with you. I thought he threw that away.
Here we go, a 3-by-1 set. Motion. Arndt takes the snap, going to hand the ball off to the running back around the left-hand side, trying to get the edge. He does not have it. They're going to meet him right at the line of scrimmage for no gain. And that's going to get a big stop.
Coach, that was Dami Ajayi working the play outside in, forcing him to stop in his tracks and fall right back into the pursuit on the backside. That is contained football.
That's how you do it. It's going to be a timeout on the play. It's going to be an injury timeout. One of our guys cramping again.
We're actually going to go back then to our thank you for the sponsors that have been with us all season. The corporate and supporting sponsors, Visit Midland and the Midland Permian Basin Tourism Group, NRT Consulting, Goodfellas Hair Studio. They were kind enough to sponsor the ugliest haircut contest in the stadium for our fans this year. It was a fun time with that one. Flower Rama, Flowers and Gifts, BC Operating, Flowtech, AM Nunley Law Firm. A few silent partners who do not wish to be in the spotlight but only wanted to support the team in their inaugural season. Your Ops Guy, the technology partner and broadcast production. Cheer sponsors. We're going to talk about Legacy Extreme, Urban Glow, Be Natural Tanning Salon, CC LaRue Beauty Salon, and then our press, our local press partners that have been with us ever since we made the announcement that the team was coming to Midland. The Permian Press, Your Basin, and Fox 24, News West 9, Midland Reporter Telegram. Thank you guys so much for all of your coverage of the Black Gold all season. And then, of course, we have a few special shout-outs and thank yous. Astound Stadium, Ray Olivis, and the entire stadium crew. They've been great to work with all year. The City of Midland for all their support that they've put behind this team. You, of course, Coach, the voice of the Tall City Black Gold, the legend himself, Rob Hernandez, with the play-by-play. Macy Johnson with social media and content creation. Coach A, Antoine Alexander, the in-stadium MC all season long. Terry Lynn Lane, the game day operator. She's the sort of the engine behind the hood. She's the one that makes everything happen here. I'm going to come back to this after the next break.
There we go. Arndt brings them to the line. A 2-by-1 set, split backfield. Jackson flanked to his right. Arndt takes the snap, looks to throw, looking out there, has a man right in the middle of the zone, and that's going to be number 11. He's going to be right at the sticks for the first down. It's going to be close. They're going to mark him beyond the line to gain. That's going to be a 1st and 10 for the Toros.
Really great route by Cam Eccles there, and then obviously finding that first down marker to keep the drive alive.
Absolutely. A good dart by Arndt. No doubt about it. Arndt brings them to the line. A 2-by-1 set. Check that, a 2-by-2 set. Motion. Arndt takes the snap, looks to throw, shoots it across the middle on a little drag route. It's going to be a good run and catch by the receiver. That's the big guy, number 15 for the Toros. As a good stop by Whiteside on the play as he was able to hold on to the stiff arm and bring him down. 2nd down and 4. Arndt takes a snap, a stop route, and it's going to be completed around the 12-yard line. That's going to be the big Cardenas, the tight end, the 6'4", 265, the big guy, Oscar Cardenas.
Yeah, going right back to him after he dropped that pass. Will Arndt has definitely found a little connection with him here in the second half.
I mean, he's been a big, a safety valve for Cardenas, and he's been using them really well. Toros have settled the game down. Arndt brings them to the line, a 2-by-2 set. Motion. Arndt takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, shoots it across the middle. It's going to be completed inside of the 10-yard line, trying to make a move, and he's going to be brought down around the 8.
It looks like we might have been lined up in the neutral zone there, Coach, so it's going to be a free play regardless. I think they'll just take the yards if it gives them that first down.
Going to be a 1st down and 5.
Got to be conscious of that 1-yard gap. I mean, especially if you're a monster back or a blitzing linebacker, you can't jump into the neutral zone like that.
That buffer zone, it's not American football, so you got to really, really be cognizant out there.
And we just got word that the injury for the Black Gold was actually Jamison Lindsay. He has a diagnosis of a torn Achilles. So we pray for him and a speedy recovery, but that's always a tough injury right there.
Arndt takes the snap. It's going to be a speed option. He options out to the 10-yard line. That's going to be Johnson. He's going to be stuck at the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard loss on the play. Number 6, Justin Whiteside, stringing it out, making a good play for the Black Gold.
Yeah, Lindsey, he's been really the heart and soul of this defensive back from a coverage and sort of a turnover machine at that cornerback position for the Black Gold. Really tough to see him go down. And again, we really hope he's able to recover from this one.
Had the big pick in the first half to turn the game around for us. Prayers go out to Lindsey. Arndt takes a snap, looks to throw, shoots it out there on a stop route. It's going to be picked off. Oh, my Lord, have mercy, and dropped. Oh, had a beat on the ball. Number 17 for the Black Gold.
Got to catch Ajayi. And Coach, we talk about opportunities that land on your lap. That was one right there.
My goodness.
That could have flipped the tables. That could have been 6 points the other way and really changed the way that the rest of this fourth quarter continental shift gets played out. I mean, he made the play. There's no denying that. As a defender, you definitely want to make the play regardless.
Arndt's
that should have easily been 7 points.
Arndt's keeping him on the field. A third down. Third and about, call it 5. Arndt. No, they're just going to try to get him to go in the buffer zone and call timeout. That's good discipline by the Black Gold. You try to draw them off sides. You got Ajayi up there. He's just really, really putting hard. He's being hard on himself. But he tried to make the play. I understand you got to make them when they're there, especially in the big games. Oh, Lord have mercy. That would have been a big play for us. Might have been 6 the other way, Mike.
You got to shake it off at this point. There's no going back in time and replaying the play, right? So just shake it off and get back to it. But during this timeout, I'm gonna finish off with our thank yous for our sponsors and those who have made this season possible. So we talked about Coach A. He's actually out sick today, so we wish him a good recovery. Coach Pawpaw, we hope you're back, man. You've been great this season, the in-stadium MC. Terry Lynn Lane, she's actually the owner of Legacy Extreme as well. Very, very dynamic operator, game day operator. She's also responsible for our cheer team. She did an amazing job. We also want to thank our cheer squad and our dancers. They really put on a great show for us all season long. It was really great to watch them perform at halftime, perform with some of the kids, the cheerleaders for some of these youth organizations. They've really been able to put a lot of this stuff together very well. Our entire coaching staff all starts at the top. Coach Rodney Blackshear, Robert Ford, Lemel Stimson, and the entire coaching staff, the athletic trainers and the sideline crews, and, of course, all the volunteers for game day prep and operations. We really couldn't have done it without all you guys, so we really want to say thank you from the bottom of our heart for making the season possible.
Here we go. They're going for the heart right here. Arndt brings them to the line. Split backfield, 2-by-1 set. They're going for all the marbles. 3rd down and 4 for the Toros. Got to watch Jackson. Arndt takes a snap. Looking. He's going to have to tuck it and run. And there's holding out there. They do call holding, so whatever happens right here, but we need to stop the guy. If we stop him, it don't matter. That's going to be our football. That's a turnover on downs. It is caught, but it's not caught for the line to gain. It's going to be a turnover on downs. There was a hold, and it was on them, on the Toros.
Yeah, I mean, we made him scramble again, Coach, to the left, and I haven't seen him throw across his body,
he doesn't do well
effectively.
He does not do well that way. That's why you have to blitz him on his right hand. It's going to be a turnover on downs. Look, it's a 17-point spread. So does it really matter, to kick the field goal on that? It really does not, right? It doesn't.
I don't believe so.
Right.
Either way you look at it, you give them an opportunity, but I'm looking at this more from the Black City side of the thing, the side of the ball. They've definitely been able to shovel Will Arndt to his non-throwing side. You pointed this out earlier, Coach. I'm just piggybacking off of that. And he has not been effective. He's been effective on the ground. We've seen him run in that direction. But for the most part, if he's forced to try to throw, we see him scramble back to his his throwing side in order to try to find those receivers.
the first thing I look at when I'm looking at a football team is I'm looking at what the quarterback can and can't do. And I'll go back in the film room and I'll look for hours and hours. And I'm telling you, he really struggles to that left side. If you push him left, like any right-handed quarterback, but some right-handed quarterbacks they prefer to throw, rolling to their left. They really do. He's not one of those guys. He finds it real hard to square his shoulders, get him square, and then rotate his hips. So you got to really rush him. You got to put the rush on him on his strong hand and force him to his weak hand. If you do that, you got a shot.
And that's what we did. And, again, the defensive front, relentless on the front end and in the pursuit. And as we're in sort of one of the final, breaks here before the end of the game, I do have one final shout out. And, we did get a chance to talk to him at halftime. But none of this is possible without the efforts of John and Denise Norman, the founders and owners of the Tall City Black Gold. They brought professional football to Midland and continue to offer incredible opportunities both on and off the field to all Permian Basin youth. And from all of us in the broadcast booth, in the stands, around the world, wherever you may watching this, a tip of the cap and a big thank you to these two individuals for all they do for this community.
We really, truly appreciate them. They're great people. Here we go. Goodman trying to lead us down the field. Motion. Goodman going to be brought down in the backfield for a loss. My goodness, he was wanting to shoot it to the right-hand side, and there was just nothing there. They squatted on the out routes. So if he would have thrown it, it wouldn't have been good for us.
Yeah, I mean, the one time he can't stay in the pocket, he does, and he goes down, and he's inside the 5 now.
Why are they going to take that instead of the sack? They're going to, for me, they want to decline that.
I think Bedwell just made that reference.
Okay.
Looks like he's talking to the official now.
Yeah, it makes no sense to take the penalty. There you go.
Good call, Coach.
Second down, which is really third down, and around 17 for us.
Got to get some room here.
Has to make a play for us. Late in the ball game, trailing by three possessions. Motion. Goodman takes the snap. A flag down. Shoots it out to the right-hand side. Need to break a tackle. He fumbles the football, and they're going to walk it into the end zone for a touchdown. Going to be a touchdown, but there is a flag down. Hopefully it's a buffer zone penalty. We're going to have to check it. Let's see. There it is, the buffer zone penalty, saving our behind right there.
Yeah, it gives us a little bit of wiggle room now that our backs are not totally against the wall, but catching a big break there. Eli's got to seal that ball, even if he's going down. There's really too much room to try to make a play on that. You just got to seal it up and focus on the fundamentals of protecting the football.
He was trying to break the tackle, split the two guys and break the tackle and make the big play, but you're right. You got to take care of the ball around the 5-yard line. You absolutely do. Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line, 2-by-2 set. Motion. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, pressure's on, shoots it out there. It's going to be picked off at the 10 and walked into the end zone. A good play by number 18 as he just shot it. He shot the gap where the hole is in the cover 2, and he got to the ball first.
It was Obi Melanafu again making a huge play for this Toros defense. You know, we called his number a couple times in the first half. He had that interception earlier and that fumble return earlier. This time he turns it into points for the Toros defense. And, it looks like they're just running away with it at this point. Goodman trying to force things in. Didn't really have a clear-cut lane, but, Obi came out of nowhere on that one. And, he earned that pick 6.
Melifonwu is a tremendous prospect at 6'4", 230. Just a tremendous prospect. He's a huge man. He can move really well. He covers he has a tremendous wingspan, and he covers a lot of ground. That's what you want with your safeties. He's one of them. Here we go. For the PAT. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's no good. It's off to the left. Your new score with 5 minutes and 7 seconds left in the ball game. The San Antonio Toros 44, the Tall City Black Gold 21.
We'll be right back. Yeah, Coach, and we're back here with the last 5 minutes of this fourth quarter. If you're just joining us, you just missed a pick six by Obi Malanafu for the Toros. Really stepped in front of that Goodman pass and, just took it to the house. So let's see if we can end this home season on a strong note with this drive.
Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, looking, shoots it out there. It's going to be incomplete, intended for number 11 for the Black Gold. Going to be broken up by two of the Toros at around the 40-yard line.
Yeah, it's Rodney Pierre, Coach. We tried to get the ball in his hands a few times tonight, ineffectively. We found out last week that when he does break it open, he can be a pretty dynamic player, but just unable to get the ball in his hands tonight.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. Goodman brings him to the line. 2nd down and 10. Motion. Goodman takes the snap, looks to throw, looking. He's going to have to step up and make a move. Shoots it to one of the running backs running a drag route, and that's going to be our running back. What is his number 7?
Jalen Samuel.
It's Samuel. That's who it is. Yes, the big guy. It's going to be for maybe 5. Give him 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd down and 5 coming. Are they going to punt it away? Or are they going to go? They're going to go. 4 minutes and counting left in the ball game. Goodman's going to go. 3rd down and 5. Need 5 to extend the drive. A 2-by-2 set. Motion. Goodman takes a snap. Looks to throw. Has a double move. Has it wide open. And he overshoots it at the 30-yard line. Throws it out of bounds. It's going to be a turnover on downs. The Toros will take over at the 40-yard line of the Black Gold.
Yeah, that was Pierre again. They're trying to get the ball to him. I mean, that was just sort of an overthrown pass by Goodman on that one. It looked like he broke away from the coverage, and had he thrown that a little bit more up the field and in bounds, maybe Pierre could have caught up with it. But nonetheless, it is Toro's ball.
Yeah, we just haven't. I'm not making any kind of excuses, or I'm not making any anything out of nothing that's not really happening. But that Lindsey injury really turned the stem the tide of the ball game for us. We had some juice going, the momentum was on our side, and then that happens. That team leader going out like that with a torn Achilles. Oh my Lord, that's just not really great for us. Here we go. The backup quarterback is in, and he's going to toss it out of bounds. Do we have a name for the backup?
Yes, we do. That would be Nate Hayden, number 7.
Hayden's in the ball game. The 6'2", 215-pounder. First throw of the ball game is going to be incomplete. 2nd down and 10 coming at the 40-yard line for the Toros. 45-21 is the count. Black Gold have shown a lot of heart and fight tonight. Really like it. Hayden brings them to the line, a 2-by-2 set. The 3-minute timeout. We'll be back after these messages.
Baby, better hype me up. Okay, come.
At Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Back to action. Hayden brings them to the line. It's going to be a 2-by-2 set. Jackson flanked to his right. Motion. Hayden takes the snap. Looks to throw. The rush is on. That's going to be Dominic Oliver with the rush. He completes the ball all the way down to the 25. He's breaking tackles. Going to get to the 20-yard line. Maybe come up lame right there. That's going to be their big-time playmaker, number 5.
Yeah, it's Chris Carpenter, and it looks like, he was an ankle tackle. I really hope he didn't twist or do more damage with that. But, yeah, not a nefarious tackle by any means. You got to bring the guy to the ground. Right. But just sort of an unfortunate display there.
Carpenter's a tremendous player, and we never want to see anybody get injured. And hopefully that youngster's all right. We just talked about earlier the big injury for us, with Lindsey going down. One of our team leaders, he had the big interception early in the game that really got us going, got all the momentum on our side. And up until that point, I really thought we acquitted ourselves tremendously well. And that injury really took a lot of juice out of us.
Yeah, it's part of football. We always talk about next man up and things like that, but Jamison Lindsey's shoes are big to fill. He's been such a leader and a dominant force in the defensive backfield since joining the Black Gold, I believe after week 3. And he's really just sort of jumped right in and made plays. And, he had that interception in San Antonio against Will Arndt. He had another one here tonight. And then that torn Achilles really deflated that whole defensive backfield. And Will Arndt went to work. He started to, carve up that whole secondary here in the second half.
A guy that has really not played a lot of the latter part of the third and fourth quarter is Praise Amuwale. I believe he's injured too. Here we go. Hayden hands the ball off to the running back around the left-hand side, still on his feet. We're going to end up tackling him around the 18-yard line. Going to be a gain of about 6 yards on the play. Give it 4.
And we have another injury timeout here. This is actually the Toros' last game of the season. The Black Gold are on the road next week in Austin. These injuries piling up at this point in the year with a game left. This is going to be a tall order for them to hit the road and put on a real competitive game against a very similar opponent. We saw that in week 2. Here in Midland, sort of a rematch of that game down in Austin. But with this injury, we're going to step aside for 30 seconds. You're watching Tall City Black Gold, brought to you by HydroSource Logistics. Coach, were you able to get a number?
I believe he's walking off the field here. It's going to be number 65.
Well, that's a good sign.
And he is walking off the field.
That's our veteran here on Military and First Responder Appreciation Night, Matthew Rincetta from Air Force Academy. Big body out there for the Black Gold. Hopefully he's all right.
I see Praise Amuwale down here, and I'm hoping he's okay.
I don't see a helmet on him.
No, he's not in the game right now. Big Will Green, man in the middle. We got another defensive end out there with Oliver. It's going to be Justin Whiteside, I do believe. Oliver that's going to be Hayden taking the snap, looking to throw. And the rush is on. They're going to get him. That's going to be number 15 and number 33, Oliver and Kajigel.
We've called that combo a couple times here tonight.
Absolutely. They're still playing hard. A third down. You kick the field goal right here.
I mean, you could if you want, but I kind of like what the Toros are doing, given their backup some reps here. You know, again, they don't play anymore. This is their last game of the season, so it looks like they're going to go with the kick.
Yep, they're going to kick it. They do. They too have a really good kicker, a good place kicker. 1:30 left in the ball game.
Yeah, it's Kenneth Almendarez. He hit a couple long ones against us in San Antonio. Obviously wind has played a factor here tonight, but for the most part, he's been a very reliable source of points for the Toros all season long.
Here we go. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it's no good. Wide to the left again.
Yeah, it's two he pushed to the left in that side of the field.
The wind is blowing. You remember I said it was blowing from the southeast? That's the way it's blowing. The wind is blowing. I should be a meteorologist, I tell you. It's blowing from the southeast now, and it's really give the kickers a problem because both of his kicks, the PAT and this field goal, have been wide left.
Well, we'll see what the Black Gold offense can do, arguably on one of their final home stands of the season here, home series of the season. Let's see if Goodman can end the season in Midland on this turf on a high note.
Here we go. Goodman brings them to the line. A 3-by-1 set. Motion. Goodman takes a snap, shoots it out there. It's going to be a wide receiver screen, and it's caught at the 40-yard line, turns it up, and it's going to be knocked out of bounds around the 44.
That's Caleb Jolivet again. A handful of receptions tonight, big receptions, and he's really found a nice little pocket on the sidelines and finding some of those holes. And, Goodman's found them.
It's going to be a gain of 8. 2nd down and 2 coming for Goodman. 2-by-2 set. Motion. Goodman takes the snap, shoots it out there, has a man at the 50, and that's Jolivet, and he's going to be pushed out of bounds at around the 46-yard line. Give it the 46-yard line of the Toros. Be a gain of 10 on the play. A first down for the Black Gold, as there's 46 seconds left in the ball game. 47 seconds.
Jolivet's been a leader for this team all season as well. Sort of an in-the-locker-room captain.
Tremendous. Motion. Goodman takes a snap, looks to throw, has pressure, shoots it out there wide open. That's going to be number 12. I believe that's Roundtree. Going to get all the way down to the 41-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 5 yards. Elijah Roundtree on the reception. The clock is rolling. 31 seconds left in the ball game and counting.
Yeah, I'd like to see one quick shot here, Coach, and then turn it over to Godina.
I'd love to see it. Still moving. Come on, 4 verts right here. Let's go. Still going. I guess we're not going to. I guess that's going to be the end of the ball game. He's going to call a timeout with 4 seconds left.
Timeout.
Well, it looks like, if I know anything about Coach, he's probably going to go for that field goal. He's trusted Godina many times in this situation.
Yeah,
looks like that's what they're going to do.
I would have liked to get maybe a little bit more yardage. We could have, we let the ball run down, the clock run down from 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe really, I don't know. Was that 3rd down? Oh, that's second down.
Second down. But, Coach, you and I have batted this around on many broadcasts before, right? It's really a clock management thing with this continental shift that we're not really used to.
Yeah, well, we don't have to be used to it to know it's 2nd down, and you got 30 seconds left. If it's incomplete, you still got another down to do this, right? Yep. Here we go. Go Dina from Odessa. Trying to make it.
A 59-yard attempt.
My goodness. It's going to be a good one. Wind to his back. Go Dina. Strikes it. It's going to come down. And it's good. Oh, my Lord. A great kick by Godina. He had a slight wind to the back, but it is going a little bit southeast. He had to push it a little bit west, or it would have got pushed offline. And he tremendous kick. Tremendous kick. And I guess if you're going to end the season at home, that's a good way to end it, right?
He's been so solid for this team on so many different fronts. Both kickers have all year. And, I'm with you, Coach. I mean, I like that he gave him that opportunity. And, we talk a lot about his accuracy over these weeks. But him coming through on that one, I think really, ended the homestand here on a very high note.
That's the end of the ball game.
That is the end of the ball game. That is the end of the San Antonio Toros season. Congratulations to them and all the success that they've had. We appreciate them making the trip out here to West Texas, and they didn't come out here with a with a walkover game by any means. They came out and they had a dogfight. Now they won at the end of the day, but we definitely gave them a lot more than they bargained for.
Yep, I think we got on here last week and we said it was going to be a fight. We said it wasn't going to go like it was last time, and I think we were right. A little bit of luck here and there for us, and this would have been a lot closer ball game. I mean, it was close to pretty much midway part of the fourth quarter. It's just anytime you have an injury, what happened to Lindsey, a team leader, one of the guys that the team looks up so much, especially that defense. I don't know if you remember, but after we had that delay, they went on a stop and go route on the outside and just burned the corner that just came into the ball game. It was no fault of his own. He come in cold, but that's just really good coaching from the Toro side. They immediately went after him. And I mean, It was the very next play.
And it was a significant injury, too. I mean, he was on the field for quite some time. Players got a chance to sort of regroup. Coaches got a chance to examine what was going on. He did tear his Achilles, according to reports that we got. So we do hope that, he's all right. But, with this final score, 46-24, Toros on top. We're here live in Midland. We're going to step aside briefly before we head into the post-game press conference. But before we do that, Coach, I just want to reiterate one more time. It's been a hell of a time doing this with you, man. I really enjoyed it. I thank you for all the time and effort that you put into it. I know we did a lot of stuff that impacted families and things like that, man. So I definitely appreciate sitting here side by side with you and working these games all season.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, and it was a joy to do.
We're going to step aside. You're watching Tall City Black Gold Football, brought to you by Hydrosource Logistics.
Baby better hate me. Baby better hate me. Baby better hate me. Okay, come.
Raising Cane's, we're hyper-focused on being the best at what we do and getting it right every time. Cook-to-order chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, and lemonade. It's our one love. But is the hype real? Yeah, it's real good. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Did they say something to you about
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mike.
Sorry, that's funny. I don't know if you can hear me, Mike.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
You there, Mike?
We're live. We're live.
All right, check.
What am I supposed to do?
Let's say something. Let's talk. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
You can lean in.
1, 2, 3, y'all.
Yeah, okay. I'm a telecom maker, so I know these things.
We hear you.
We're here live. We're here live with Coach Blackshear.
Kendrick, you got to
There, everybody. What's your name?
Kendrick Tut.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask y'all the question, then I'm gonna hand you the mic. That way they can get it. Kind of rocky game at first. Felt like we were giving it to them, and then there was a time in the game where momentum just shifted. I could feel it in the stands. I could feel it up here. All the juice came to our side. Even our crowd started, with the vuvuzelas and everything, got pretty loud. How was the energy when the game turned like that? Because we could feel it.
Yeah, it was good. The funny thing is, Coach Ford, our senior statesman on the coaching staff, he was like, whoever has to win is going to score. He noticed that how windy it was, and sure enough, they had the ball in the first, and they scored, 4 touchdowns, and then we got in the second. They kicked the field goal, and then we scored on the next 2 drives. And so we were kind of hoping that we would get the ball to begin with the win, and unfortunately we didn't. We still scored, but we turned the ball over on that first drive, and then that second time after we scored, if we would have kept that momentum, if we wouldn't have got that penalty, we would have got the ball back, and we probably would have scored in a 3-point game. So that was our thought process. And, the game is about moments, and unfortunately we played well, maybe well enough to win, but we had to do everything right, and we unfortunately didn't do that. We turned the ball over a few too many times too.
We've seen some pretty amazing stuff throughout watching football our whole lives. And I kind of felt that something special was fixing to happen. Dominated the second quarter, 14-0, after giving up 31 in the first quarter. Could not get out of the first quarter because of the wind. It seemed like it was a huge problem. Started the second half scoring, and then stopping them, had them down to a 3rd down and really long inside of their own 10, having the mistake that we made. Up until that, and then right after that, Lindsey gets hurt, like right after that. And then they get the big pass that sets up the 1st and goal, right? Right after that, they go after Lindsey's replacement, which no fault of his own. He comes in cold.
It's actually the safety.
Yeah.
They did a real wheel route, which is great.
And out and up, yeah.
Yes.
They got the mismatch on the guy on the outside. So they do that. How big was that in the game? In the game, because I'm sitting up here calling it, and I'm like, wow, that's really a good punch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's always disappointing when you lose one of your players as well as one of your best players, and it took the win out of us a little bit. It's tough. Some people can transition from that and fight more, and then some people let it linger. I think we let it linger one play too many. In the penalty, we wouldn't have been on the field for that injury, and we talked about that. After that drive when they scored, we knew that we had a golden opportunity if we let it get away, but we still had a chance. And that's the thing, offensively, I think we turned the ball over 2 times, which is a much better, but still we can't turn the ball over. That's just, we're not that good on offense to where we can't turn the ball, where we can turn the ball over and still win. So, hats off to the guys. They played hard. They gave everything they had. We got them uncomfortable, which is what we talked about all week. They weren't expecting this type of a game we were. In those moments, again, they have a good team, and they, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, and they were able to do that in the 3rd quarter.
Y'all seem to tighten the screws on them, turn up the pressure. A team that blows everybody out is not accustomed to playing a game like that. Y'all talked about doing that during the week. That was part of the game plan. I'm assuming that's what you just said, and that's exactly what happened. When y'all got the game close, you could kind of see them buckle.
Oh, yeah.
Could y'all feel it? Because you, as a coach, could you feel them?
Yeah, their coach got a penalty because he's not used to being uncomfortable in the game. He used to sitting back and just calling plays and having a great time. And the defense, truthfully, the first game, we were in that game. We turned the ball over twice as an offense and gave them 14 points through no fault of the defense. And you can't keep a team defense on the field against an offense like that often. So, we hurt ourselves the last time. This time we hurt ourselves again, but not as much. We inched a little bit closer each time. And like I said, it's unfortunately we don't get a third chance to play them, but I'm pretty confident if we did, we probably found a way to get that win.
I think so. Now, at the start of the game, me and Mike were talking, and he asked me what the key to the game was. And I said, it's their defensive line against our offensive line. That's, for me, I've watched all their games. I turned on the film, and I knew if we were going to have a shot to play any kind of good football, it was going to be because of the offensive line. I know they got a big number 93 down there. You can see it. You can see it all the way up here. That's a mountain of a person. But the offensive line really had their best game, I thought, tonight of the whole entire season. What did you think, and what did you feel playing in a game like that?
I mean, we're just a group. I've only been here 2 weeks, but the last 2 weeks, those guys have become family. And, family go out there and they fight for each other. So we really didn't care how big he was, how fast he was, tall he was, small he was. It didn't matter. We talked to each other before the game. We let each other know, hey, we're going to go out there. Every play may not be perfect, but we're going to go out there. We're going to work our tails off, and we're going to get in the fight of their life. And I feel like we did that.
So the game at first was a lot of 3 and out, 4 and out, 3 and out. We couldn't get nothing going. Explain to me this. How did we go from that to being almost unstoppable as a unit midway through the second quarter and all the way pretty much to the rest of the game? How does it flip like that from starting the game out so bad, looking really good?
Just like I said, we all believe in each other. We all talk to each other on a daily basis to, make each other better. And like Coach Ford said, you got to drop them. So it's one of those games where you have to, man up. And you just got to do what you got to do.
And I can chime in on that part of it. I asked the O-line, actually, remember I asked you guys, what do y'all like?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, as a coach, we can only call plays that we feel good about. Right. I went to those guys at the beginning of the second. I said, tell me what play is going to work for us. What do y'all like? And he gave us a great description of things that would work, and we applied it. And that's when we started scoring.
The delays, the draws, getting them to use their aggressiveness against them. Tremendous play calling on the first drive that we scored. We were up here and we were, Coach Ford had them off balance. I thought from the multitude of, screens and delays and draws and stuff like that, it helped us really. What did y'all feel that turned the momentum that allowed us to move up and down the field on them like no team has this season?
Well, again, like I said, when you allow your players to be players, ask them how they feel, what they're comfortable with, it makes the game easier for them because now they know that we're confident enough in them to call the plays they feel comfortable with. And like I said, that first scoring drive was all the O-line just because, and we threw the ball, but they gave the suggestions because they knew what the front was doing against them. And, we can look from the press box and we can kind of guess, but they know. I mean, they're like I said, they're a team, they're a brotherhood, and they understood each other's assignment, and they did a great job.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, my man. From us up here calling the football game and from the people that were watching the game, how the game started, and then midway, how we put the pressure on them and had a shot to win the game. I want to thank y'all because that's, to me, that's the best game that I've seen us play. I know we did not come out on the winning end of it tonight, but I thought that was the best football game we played because we established continuity, especially on the offensive end, against a really good team. And we could see it from up here that those guys fly around the ball and they're real aggressive, but y'all's play calling kept them off balance enough for us to move the ball down the field consistently. And that's why we were able to have the success. I hope and I pray for the Lindsey kid. Hopefully, we got to send prayers his way.
That's good. He's a young kid.
But I know that was a huge part in this game, and if that don't happen, I think we're on the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked. He gave us our inspirational speech before the game, so it kind of touched us even more so, just to know that this young man that came and gave his all to this team and wanted to be great, and he worked his butt off and practiced to be great. To have that type of injury as he was gaining momentum for his opportunity to move further along his career, so it's a setback of a year. But like I said, I know that he's a hard worker. I feel that he'll hit his rehab headstrong and he'll come back stronger next year.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate y'all guys. Y'all came in here and gave all your heart and soul. Love y'all guys.
My God, how you doing?
Your name, your number?
So Kobe Calvin, number 1.
JoJo Pace, number 5.
Calling the game, we called both of y'all out a lot. We'll get them to shut this. Didn't start out great for us. I felt like if we wouldn't have gotten to such of a big hole, we'd probably win this football game, But because it looked so easy for them. It looked like, the last part of the game that they had against us where they blew us out down there in San Antonio, it looked like the first quarter was a continuation of that. When did y'all just flip y'all's mind and say, you know what, this ain't going to go like this today, and we're going to come out here and compete? We had a shot to win the game because y'all played so great. Y'all really did. Y'all dug in. He said y'all let them drop, and y'all got back into the game. We had a legit shot to win the game. When did that happen, and could y'all feel it? Because we could feel it up here.
Well, a lot of that first 2 series, we already knew that we gave them freebies. So basically, some hunker down moment. We needed to go out there and set the tone because every game we've done that, and we came out lackadaisical. So basically, it was just a reset. Hey, man, we need to do our job, come out and make a play. And that's what I told myself, forget those first 2 series. And that's why I got that pick, the 3rd series. And basically, shifted the momentum a little bit in our favor, but defensively.
Honestly, after playing them, last week, we kind of already knew ideal, how they run routes, what formations they get in, what to call again. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of was running some new stuff in the beginning, but we said we're going to dial it down. Let's just play by play. Let's just not just try to go out there and do things out of our character. And we slowed them down. We got some momentum back and just kept going. And it honestly started our practice this week. This week was one of the best weeks we came. Going blow for blow with the offense. They look way more explosive today, but, going blow for blow for them. So shout out to them. And, it was just good competition, so we knew what to bring.
The crowd the whole environment, I want to say, and there wasn't thousands of people in the crowd, but it felt like it, especially from up here. And y'all's sideline got crunk. Everybody could really could feel the juice. Could y'all feel it from where y'all were? And did y'all feel the momentum shifting? And the other parts of that question, did y'all feel something when Lindsey went down?
Yes, I was going to say, once the crowd started getting into the game and we knew that we were doing our job defensively, and we noticed that we were having them on their heels because they're not used to that. They'll have a turnover here and there, but when you're seeing it back to back to back and then stops, yeah, they felt it. They felt adversity for the first time all season. And so once the crowd got into it, and usually it's their crowd fueling them up. So they're not used to that either as far as the opposing team having their crowd fueling them up. They're over here calling timeouts, and it helped us. But at the end of the day, like you said, once J-Mo went down, I felt like a little bit of our momentum that we had did shift back. They, utilized that to their advantage, attacked us to that side of the field, and that's where they got their touchdown from. But at the end of the day, like I was saying last time when we talked about when Tyler went down, next man up. You got to be ready. You got to be ready to play ball. At the end of the day, it's professional football. It don't matter who go down. Of course, I'm keeping my prayers. He's a great player. We need him as far as when it comes to this defense. But at the end of the day, we got to be ready to Kansas City playing football until the clock hits 0.
That's real. I just want to, give a big shout out to the parents and everybody that did come out and support, to the new league. That's real big because we do, hear our names and we hear the crowd and, the calls going back and forth and it's energized when we make a play. So that was real good. And, when J-Mo went down, it kind of like, try to line us up like, okay, come on, we got to still fight. Like this comp, but we're better. Like we're going out with that mindset. We're better. Like we got to switch things around. So I play safety. It's like, okay, now I got to shift my whole game and go to corner. Right. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like making a sacrifice. Like, even though I play corner, like, but just be there for your brother. So we just here for each other for real.
The competition, they got some great athletes over there. I mean, young, number 5, 15, those guys can play number 12. The guy in the backfield, he's real shifty. How is it playing against a team that can attack you from all parts of the field? And how hard is it to shut somebody down like that?
You already know a lot of those guys are NFL caliber players or play that level, CFL, UFL. And so essentially for us, all it makes us do is step our game up. Like, last week, I feel like we kind of played down to the team that we were playing. And then this week, like I said, we came out slow and realized, we got to play to their level. Like, we had the guys capable. It may not be in the resume, but at the end of the day, we're here to play football. And so as you can see, like, we started hunkering down as far as defensively, started getting more turnovers. And we realized, there's nothing really more special than them. Like they play football just like us. They're also in the CoFL just like us. Man to man, buckle up. Like, let's play. We're gonna find out who's better. And they did get us, but there were times, like I said, where we were showing them like we can play with y'all too. Like, it's not just like, oh, we only got a couple guys who play the next level. Like, no, like we can play with you. We're gonna show that on our film, and that's what we did today.
Honestly, coming from a safety point of view, it just take a different level of focus. Like, we know they got guys like 5, 15, 11. Like, so we got to know, okay, he lines up over here. Okay, we got scat backs in the backfield. Just knowing, different details of their team and what they're good at, we got to adjust to that. Like, we already played them before, so let's, just a little more focus, and just communicate and run to the ball. That's all you can do and just play by play.
If we had one more shot, what happens?
Man, we have one more shot. They're going to start taking us a lot more seriously. And we already know that at the beginning of the game on both sides of the ball, we got to come out ready to go. We can't come out expecting it's going to be like the last game. We know we can hang with them now. They know that we get competition. Shoot, they're on the field saying, hey, we appreciate y'all for the comp. For real talk. No one in this league all year has scored more than a touchdown. We scored 3 on them today. So I know it's the last game. And like Coach Blackshear was saying, I wish we had another opportunity like for the championship game. But like I said, this tells us that we can play. We got a lot of guys who can play here.
One more shot. I say everything in the back end lockdown. Y'all got y'all blows. Y'all got y'all freebies. One more shot, we'll do it. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to them boys. Good comp in the league. You know what I'm saying?
Mike, what question do you want to ask Kobe?
Yeah, you guys made their offense uncomfortable, arguably for the first time this season, and we saw the frustration and sort of the undisciplinedness with the penalties that they were having. Were you guys able to keep that foot on the gas and sort of force them, into a spot where, again, they just weren't comfortable, having offenses move up and down the field on them? And then, another part that, you pointed out, Coach Rob, like, you guys were starting to force Will Arndt to the left side to his non-throwing hand. Was that part of sort of the defensive strategy because he was not able to throw across his body or, sort of scramble outside once you guys were able to establish contain?
Okay. Long question. He said, were y'all aware that Arndt was not as good rolling to his left and rushing him on his right, trying to get him on his weak hand? Were y'all aware that he couldn't throw on the run and touch the latter part of the field?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say just in general, like when he throws the ball, there's not a lot of zip on it. He does give it some hang time. And so especially when he's running outside the pocket, whether it's play action or we got him outside running around, I felt like we felt at times the D-line was doing a great job putting pressure on him and giving the back end some time, to come down and make a play. And that's where a lot of the picks came from, was essentially, him just having to throw it up. That's how JoJo got his pick. And so for us, it wasn't more so like, oh, we need to have him rolling out, but it was more so just keep applying pressure. Keep applying that pressure. Like, keep on letting them know, like, we're not done. We're not going to give up just because y'all up right now and it look like we're not going to win. No, like, we're going to show y'all, like, it don't matter till the clock hits 0. We're going to give y'all a ball game.
What's the other part of the question, Mike?
Coach, you could actually give him the headset if you wanted to. It's probably easier. And just, you're going to have to Tell him he's going to have to mute that mic and unmute the other one.
Just talking there.
Yes, sir. I hear you.
Can you hear me there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Calvin, it's been an absolute pleasure, team. You know, defensively speaking, though, I mean, you guys have really been the nucleus of everything positive that ever turned into any momentum swings. You know, obviously going into a game like this with the talent, you know, I personally think the game was won in the trenches. The D-line stepped up huge. Will Green was a monster in the middle. Kajigal was making plays. And then, you know, you really can't say enough about what Praise does on the outside in. You had a beautiful interception, you know, kind of made up for the one that landed on your lap last week that you dropped. But overall, man, I just wanted to say it's been an absolute pleasure to call the games up here with Coach Rob and seeing what you guys have been able to put on the field, man. You guys have done a hell of a job all year, and a tip at the cap. And I know it's not the end of the year, but it's going to be the last game that we call. So we're going to be watching live, and, you know, we hope you guys end the season with a bang down in Austin.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Like you were saying, the D-line, they did their job tonight. Like, once we basically understood that we needed to pick it up at all levels, and they started applying that pressure, and we told them too, like, hey, back end wise, you give them pressure, we're going to do our job. And in doing so, like you were saying, the D-line was making plays all night and giving our linebackers too. Every time he spilled out, the linebackers would like come down crashing. Justin, David, great job as far as keeping the quarterback contained or just making a play as far as TFLs. And like I said, I appreciate you. That's what the D-line makes it easy for me. Like, all I got to do is get my hands on two or reroute. And once that ball up in the air, I know it's mine. And like you were saying last week too, I dropped the freebie, so how to make up for it. And I already knew, like, I'm going to get this one, but I got to get in the end zone next time. And I should have had a second one, but I ended up tipping it up. But nah, honestly, big kudos tonight to the D-line. I think they don't get enough of the flowers. People don't realize just how difficult it is to be in the trenches like that, back to back to back. Like, it's a contact sport at the end of the day, but like, you got to think about it. Like, they're always making contact plays. Like, back end wise, there's times where I don't touch anybody. There's a series wise, I don't touch anybody, and yet they're over here over and over and over and over. And mind you, we don't have a lot of backups, so I appreciate them and everything they do. And we're blessed, you know, be in the position we are in. But like you were saying, next week we got to end on a good note and end with a W. I already know the syndicate going to watch this game and realize, hey, these boys ready to go. Like, they got a team now. It looks like they got momentum, as well as you were saying too, like the nucleus as far as on both sides, not just defensively but offensively too. Like, the offense got a good look as far as what they can do, and that's what we needed as far as them to do all year. Is like, hey guys, like, we need y'all to believe in yourself. Like, believe in yourself first and foremost. But I'm just excited for next week.
Yeah, Goodman definitely brought a whole different level to the offense, and it's been really exciting to see the dynamic plays and the turnovers that you guys are able to create, and then see that turn into points and some of the dynamic elements that he's been able to bring forth. True team effort by all fronts here.
Absolutely. You want me to hand over the mic to JoJo?
Please. I got one question for him. JoJo, it's been a pleasure, man, and congrats on the pick today. I mean, you played really well against, you know, a pretty stout wide receiver core and a very dangerous offense that's been a threat in this league all season. I want to talk about, you know, your sort of involvement in this league or in this team since you joined. You kind of joined around the same time as Lindsey, and you guys have both brought a different element to this defensive backfield. You know, we had a couple key injuries earlier in the year. Terrell Thomas went down with a pretty scary injury in that syndicate game. But since you guys have been here, we've seen a lot more dynamic plays and a lot more defensive efforts that have translated into offensive opportunities. What can you say about, you know, this team since you've been here, the coaching staff, the environment, you know, football in West Texas? It really doesn't get better than this, man.
All right. The coach has been good since I got here. On, you know, breaking down the defense and everything, and the players been real good on, you know, being really like a brother and being locked in with each other. It really started at practice on, you know, making plays on the ball, like in India, taking it real serious, like rep for rep, team 7-on-7, communicating. So we try to make plays at practice. On the game, everything easy. Like, okay, we seen this. So everything really builds up from practice. Like, you know what I'm saying? We try to really die at practice so we can make plays in the game, and that's where it started from. And you know what I'm saying, I grew a real good bond with these guys on, you know, playing in the back end at safety and talking to corners and, you know, trying new coverages and everything. But really just working in practice really help us, you know, build everything in the team. Been real good. Offense give us good work. We don't win all the time, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes offense get us at practice, so we just build off everything and talk about it. Hey, let's do this, or we meet about everything. So we really stay close as a family and really try to build off of it.
Got you. So before I part ways and wish you the best of luck next week in Austin, this will be the last game that we call, and I wanted to thank you guys for such a special season. It's been a lot of fun to call this up, from the booth and from around the world here. California versus Texas, man. You're a California boy, aren't you?
Yeah, West Coast, best coast, man.
Awesome, man. Well, listen, have a great week next week down in Austin, man. Have fun while you're doing it, and I'm sure those guys are in for a dogfight, and it's going to be a revenge game from that week too.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, guys.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate y'all guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
Great game, man.
Yes, sir.
You there, Mike?
I am here. Do we have more players coming in, or are we wrapping this up?
We're going to wrap it up.
All right. Well, again, Coach, it's been an honor. We have week 5 in the books. Tall City 24, Toros 46. Toros end the season this week. They end the season undefeated. The Black Gold will be in Austin next week to take on the Syndicate. This is going to be a great game to watch. Rematch of that week 2 showdown that ended 23-20 here in Midland. But it's going to be a completely different team on the field down in Austin. Real excited to see how all that plays out. Coach, your final thoughts from the booth this season?
I was just thinking about this ball game, just to touch on it one last time. And I know it's hard to harp and go backwards, but we had a pick right there by Kobe, early in the game, a pick that set us up in prime field position. And this game was close. It was a close ball game all the way through the second half, the midway through the second quarter. And then it turned. It turned, and our fans got involved. And I was really, really, happy that the community got involved in this game. No, we did not win it. Kobe set us up in prime position in the first quarter on their 30-yard line. I believe it was 25 or 30-yard line. And we ended up not scoring that possession. So, it could have been much closer, and by the time we had that penalty down there on them in the second half, it could have been a 3-point ball game if we would have went down there and scored. So, those are the breaks. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? This is the game of football. But I was real proud of these guys all season long, and tonight was really their best effort, I felt, the whole season, because they were really up against a team that was a juggernaut, a team that had really just steamrolled everybody that they were on the field with. And I felt like we came out here and competed to a man, to a coach, all the way to the fans. I thought it was pure competition, and I fell in love with it. I was just this was something special that we saw tonight. It could have been legendary. 31-0, it was 31-0. Then all of a sudden you could feel the juice. 31-20. It could have been a lot different ball game. I thought we did that because we did it. We did not get tremendous breaks. I thought we played with heart. I thought we played with West Texas grit, and I thought our fans helped us with that West Texas grit jump back into that game. And it was just a total team, community. What did you say? It takes a village. Yeah, and in our deal, it took a tall Black City Gold, the whole tall City Gold.
That couldn't said it better myself, Coach. And look, 31-0 is a real tough hole to dig yourself out of. But I think it's easy to say, especially us, since we've been so in the trenches and calling these games and getting to know these guys. And some of these positions were a revolving door all season, right? Guys that didn't really have a good fit, or they just didn't, they didn't blend well with the coaching styles or whatever. We've seen this team evolve in the past 5+ weeks here, from what it started to what it is now. And I think you can arguably say that it's, regardless of the outcome tonight against a stout, San Antonio Toros team with a lot of talent, both at the coaching staff and on the field, we finally have a complete team. And, we have an offense that is able to move the ball, that is able to put up points, that is able to capitalize on all of these defensive plays that we called all season long, finally. They're not just going to get it back out there, turn the ball over, and then go ask their defense to go do it again. And, it really sort of capped off the evening, really special with the special teams play, a 59-yard field goal from really the most consistent guys all season long on, in that locker room. And that's been the kickers. So Godina banging that one through just to give us an extra 3 points to end the game. Really special to watch. But, overall, man, I just want to, give a shout out to the entire organization on the improvements that we've seen, throughout the course of the season. And that's really what a football season is intended to do. We really need to be able to show that improvement week after week. And that's why when you play teams, multiple times, I mean, you've coached endless times, man, like for so long. I always make the claim the hardest thing to do in football is to beat the same team twice. Mainly because you've already executed a game plan that works. They know how to stop it, and they're going to tweak theirs, so you're going to see something new when you face them again. It's really something special to see, and I hope this team carries whatever momentum we were able to build here tonight down in Austin next week against that syndicate team.
Absolutely. My deal with the team is we got better towards the end of the year, and that's what it's all about. You're supposed to progress and not regress. I think these coaches did a tremendous job getting these players to respond, especially after a 31-0 first quarter that we seemingly couldn't get out of, right? They did. They responded, and just looking inside their hearts, they gave us a picture of what their insides were. And that is the measure of a man. And I'll tell you one thing, they got some football players on this Tall City team. They showed their character tonight. I thought it was beautiful. It was the best game I thought we played all year. So
absolutely. And we're going to get to see them on America's birthday next week, July 4th, Showdown, 250th birthday of the United States. Happy July 4th to everybody. We thank the Midland, the Permian Basin, and all the fans that have tuned in both in the stadium and on this broadcast throughout the season. This is Coach Rob Hernandez and Mike Neubauer signing off. We wish everyone a very pleasant evening, great week, holiday week ahead, and God bless you for the rest of the summer.
God bless.